Hello there, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining Ampersand and Brand Innovators for our deep dive day, winning in the ever-changing multi-screen landscape. My name is Ethan Heftman, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Agency Partnerships at Ampersand. We have a carefully curated day where we will cover some high-level themes that are not only important as we head into upfront season, but equally important as our industry continues to evolve at lightning speed. Our hope is to have our programming cohesively mimic the TV buying, activating, and measurement journey, covering topics such as building high-value audiences, reaching those audiences with precision at scale, and creating actionable measurement for future optimizations to drive business outcomes. Before I continue, I want to say thank you to our partners, Brand Innovators, for doing an incredible job gathering top marketers in the industry together as often as possible to ensure that we are always connecting, learning, and having meaningful conversations about topics that affect the work we do. Throughout the event, you'll be able to use the Q&A widget and a chat widget at the bottom of your screen. We encourage you to engage with our speakers and other attendees using the widgets throughout the program. Whether you're on the agency or client side, we're all challenged on a seemingly daily basis by an evolving industry that has become more and more fragmented, less interoperable, and heading toward a multi-currency environment. At Ampersand, where we have the single largest source of deterministic viewership data and insights, coupled with the largest share of multi-screen TV inventory to activate against that data, we're constantly striving to address those challenges head on and provide what we call cohesion to the chaos for our clients. To learn a little bit more about how we activate precision at scale, I'd like to introduce you all to Ampersand's Senior Vice President of Data and Insights, Justin Rosen. Justin, care to join me? Here you are, my friend.
Hi, everyone.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Ethan. How are you?
I am doing great, thank you. I'm going to hand the baton to you to talk precision at scale.
Okay, wonderful. Hi, everybody. As Ethan said, my name's Justin Rosen, SVP of Data here at Ampersand. Very glad to be with all of you guys today for what I hope is an engaging and informative conversation this afternoon. As Ethan talked about, we want to cover the entire spectrum of the TV buying process in some way with the panels we pulled together today, whether that's planning, activation, measurement, optimization, and back to the planning process from there again. The industry is relying more and more on deterministic data as the power of the industry overall, and rightfully so. Data has now become the most precious resource that marketers and publishers have at their disposal. And the most successful marketers are the ones that best understand how to use those data assets to have the most efficient and effective TV and cross-platform media plans that they can. Our understanding is growing every day of who to reach, how and where to reach them most effectively, and how to measure that plan was successful. We're no longer in the world of models and panels. We have to be precise and as deterministic as we can. That said, this new innovation has come with challenges. Fragmentation and the lack of interoperability jump to mind. Some would say that those are becoming more challenging by the day. While, as a result, we need to figure out how to navigate those challenges most effectively. And I think that will be one of the biggest themes that you hear during our panels that we've pulled together today. Ampersand is navigating these challenges as well. We have pulled together what we call the AND platform, which is a media and insights platform that connects the best data in the business with a multi-screen suite of inventory. With those assets, we have developed what we call a total TV approach to measurement. And we think that's the best way to start to bring that fragmented world back together and give brands, agencies, and marketers the most cohesive view of the entirety of their TV investment. So let's talk about what that means. That means pulling together into one suite of reporting your national, local, and addressable television investments with a deterministic, scaled data asset. Marketers and brands can now understand the overall reach of all of those different tactics that they have at their disposal for TV, how their national campaigns on broadcast and cable networks, how their local campaigns across broadcast and cable networks, and how their addressable campaigns are working together to drive reach and effectiveness, and how each of those tactics can overlap to show how they're working together. The reason this is so important is because to have that complete understanding is what is most necessary to be as flexible and nimble as possible. What you hear from most marketers today is the desire to stay flexible, to have options. In order to understand how to best take advantage of the options at your disposal, you need to see the bigger picture. You need to see the entirety of how all of the tactics at your disposal are actually working together, or else you won't be able to understand the complete picture. The ability to build rich audiences with first and third party data and drive real business outcomes through a measurement portfolio like what I just described is only as good as the data asset that underlies that. That's what we here at Ampersand call precision at scale. When you have an ability to reach with media over 80 million subscriber homes, when you have an addressable footprint of over 52 million homes that you can reach in an addressable television environment, when you have a data footprint of over 42 million homes that you can capture linear viewing insights, you can start to build a very large sample that allows you to get as granular as possible in how you tie together insights with media. Not only are we showing deduplication across all of our tactics, we can show how they work together. And when you have opportunities to now move your investment from one platform to another, or find audiences more effectively or efficiently in one tactic versus another, ultimately you can determine the best way to use the entirety of your own investment that you have. The large data asset is what's so critical in order to do that. That's the way that you can start to add filters to be as precise in making those decisions. Perhaps there's an audience filter. Perhaps there's a geographic filter. Perhaps there's the network day part filter that you need to operationalize. And of course, when you layer on an outcome on the back end to show that you've driven effectiveness of that campaign, that's a filter in and of itself. To have the largest possible footprint of deterministic data is the requirement to be able to have a meaningful sample in adding all of those filters together. What does that look like in practice? For example, you might be able to determine that focusing on a handful of niche or smaller networks may actually provide better or more efficient reach to your key audience than what you might have thought a larger network might have achieved. In addition, you may be able to find geographic specific insights. The way that Atlanta audiences behave are different than Alpena audiences. That's even more the case when you start to then drill into network and day part specific behaviors tied to those audiences. If we know that one audience behaves differently, we know that different geographies engage with TV in a different way, now you can pull those together. That's especially important when we know that over 2/3 of all TV viewing is happening outside of the primetime window. For marketers that follow those best practices, bringing together geographic, audience, and network daypart specific insight, we've seen an improvement in performance. One advertiser we worked with was able to improve the reach of their key audience, those that intend to buy their product, by over 25% versus the market average of all homes. We've also seen in the auto category, for example, that you can drive nearly double the sales lift by targeting the audiences that you care about in this way versus linear campaigns that may not have had that level of targeting. Ultimately, with the power of Ampersand that we talked about, precision at scale, brands and agencies who embrace an audience-first approach will be the most successful. They will have the most efficient, effective, and accountable buys that are possible. Marketers who optimize successfully will improve their business outcomes. There's no more waiting around. The panelists you're going to hear from today, they aren't waiting. And I'm excited about what they're going to share with you and what we at Ampersand are working on ourselves. So let's start the conversation. I'm going to throw it back to our MC for the day, Ethan, who will kick off our first panel.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Justin. Very, very interesting. I picked up a couple of themes in your conversation, in your words that I think are going to resonate throughout the rest of the day. Specifically, who to reach, how to reach them, and the concepts of nimbleness and flexibility. Would you say that those are kind of the hallmarks of what's going on these days? And here to talk about that in our first panel, which is entitled Reaching High Value Audiences, we've got Adam Benaroya from Johnson & Johnson Consumer Health, Nora Wolf from Worldwide, and moderated by my friend Elise Perlmutter, Head of Client Partnerships here at Ampersand. Elise, are you there? All right, I see everybody joining. Welcome, good afternoon.
Hi, Ethan, thanks.
Absolutely. Adam, how are you? Nora, how are you doing?
Great for you.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. Elise, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Great. Thanks, Ethan. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining our session today. As Ethan said, changing the game, reaching high value audiences. I'm Elise Perlmutter with Ampersand, and I lead the healthcare vertical on our client partnerships team. Adam is our Director of Global Media Capabilities at J&J, and Nora Wolf, SVP at Universal McCann. Thank you both for joining. Why don't we start with roles and responsibilities? Adam, do you want to go first?
Sure. Thanks, Elise, and thanks to the team for inviting us today. Excited to be here. Like Elise said, I lead the global media capabilities team at Johnson & Johnson Consumer Health. We're obviously quite a large global organization with our local brands and markets ultimately deciding what makes sense for their budgets on a day-to-day basis. And the global team really is here to, like the title, suggest, build capabilities and best practices that we can roll out to the markets and really enable a level of service to what they're looking to do with their brands. So, and we've over the last year have built out kind of I like to describe it as a bit of a team of specialists, focusing on certain channels like programmatic and search and social, areas like brand safety and media data governance. Build that as a bit of a central team, but ultimately, like I said, enabling building some of the capabilities centrally and then rolling it out to our markets based on what their critical business objectives are.
Thanks, Adam. And you've only been at the company, what now, 6 months, coming from Hewlett-Packard?
Yeah, 6, 7, somewhere around there. Joined last summer, so still very much in the midst of building out the team. It's a new team in general, so a lot of building out the vision and remit, and still seeing that through to practice this year.
Great. Nora, tell us about you.
Thank you, Lisa, and I echo Adam's sentiments. Thank you so much for inviting us to join you today. So my name is Nora Wolf. I work at J3, which is an agency under the umbrella that is dedicated to Johnson & Johnson. And I lead the investment team, where our primary role is structuring partnerships out there in the media marketplace that can be leveraged across all of J&J's brands. So obviously we have a large portfolio under the Johnson & Johnson umbrella. And so it is my job to, align our spending with the partners that can drive the strongest performance and the largest benefits for J&J.
Great. All right, let's start by talking about the high valued audience. Can you share what your definition of a high valued audience is and how you see them evolving? Adam, you want to start?
Yeah, I think in general for us, there's always some level of, we've not just demographics, but thinking about purchase-based behaviors or other intent signals that, would suggest that there's a need for us to focus our investment, and ideally not just focus our investment, but think about what is the unique creative message value proposition that we're looking to put in front of them. But at the end of the day, from kind of a holistic media standpoint, we're very much accountable to ROI. So, when we're thinking about our high value audiences, it's still based on that proposition of, where can we deliver the most return on our investment, obviously with some level of uniqueness across different audience segments, but ultimately that's the basis of how we're thinking about it, as a CPG organization, what it means to run high value audiences against our campaigns.
Nora, does that definition change by channel or platform?
Yeah, I definitely think that it does. I think, as Adam said, all of our high value audiences are rooted in purchase-based data. But I think that, we have the ability to create larger audiences by channel or really refine that and make it more niche. And I think that channels that are perhaps more premium or mass reach, you can benefit from a larger, broader audience, still built with that purchase-based data, but maybe at a category level versus some of the more efficient channels like programmatic, where we really want to redefine and narrow down that target as specifically as we can, because we've seen that drives really strong performance.
Got it. And Adam, does that change where you are in the marketing funnel?
Yeah, for sure. And I think obviously, based on the channel and the level of specificity or accuracy that we can get with our data partners and our digital signals, that will change. And the construct of the funnel definitely plays into that as well. I think, for example, for those channels where we can pull in not just the more general purchase, past purchase-based behavior, but we can actually get some real-time intent signals, whether that's search or some of our other digital programs, that we can indicate that based on what this user is doing right now or in the kind of immediate past, that they're ready to purchase or in the process of purchasing, that we're able to tie that into not just reaching them again, but like I said before, what is how can we get more specific? Can we pull in some of our e-commerce capabilities, either with some of our retail partners, to actually push them one step closer? So definitely it's based on the funnel and what data we have access at that specific channel, where we're seeing them come through.
Got it. So look, we all know that the media landscape is changing, continued fragmentation, ongoing increases in streaming consumption. Just look at the last week's news. Can you share a bit about your strategy and how that has changed to kind of best engage your consumers and maybe some of the challenges that you face? Either one of you want to take it?
I'm happy to take that one, Adam. And so I think, we've really shifted our approach to be more conscious of the consumer behavior, right? So we're not really talking about linear television versus streaming versus mobile. We're talking about how our consumers are, viewing that content, whether it's a video format or if they're reading that in a display format. And our goal is to make sure that not only are we reaching them where and when they're consuming, but also with the right ad format within the right environment so that it resonates better.
Adam, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I think for us, and not unique to us at all, obviously streaming represents a huge opportunity. One, just from the as compared to perhaps some of the other digital channels, the high impact format that it represents, obviously in line with the rest of TV, but paired with the digital capabilities that we can get from a targeting perspective and thinking about our high value audiences. I think some of the challenges have been to what we've been discussing around with the deep focus on ROI and the return that we're driving from investment, what it would take for streaming channels to compare from a efficiency standpoint to some of the more traditional digital channels. And there's some unique pricing elements there that we still are looking to figure out how to solve. So I'd say kind of from a challenge standpoint, it's more of that measurement standpoint. I think there's an inherent belief in, ultimately we're, trying to push from an investment standpoint, even if some of the measurement capabilities are going to follow with time because we believe in the channel itself. But, with that kind of heavy performance-based, ROI-based accountability that we have, there's more that we definitely would like to see there.
Is it different for digital than it is for television? And maybe what would that activation look like as far as a performance-based approach?
Yeah, I think from broader, kind of moving past just ROI, which, we're always going to have, MMM or MTA based mechanisms that are going to be a bit slower in nature, but we know are going to be the most, accurate in determining what kind of total ROI impact we're driving. What we're, from a more kind of agile performance-based model, I think what we're, in the midst of trying to define as an organization is what are the other more real-time, perhaps, set of signals that we can take to better optimize our investment on a much more frequent basis. We want to do it. I'd say we're kind of taking a cautious approach to it because we don't want to introduce real-time digital KPIs that don't have a strong basis in predicting future ROI. We don't want to make decisions just for the sake of making faster decisions, but we know that there are digital signals like, I think, attention measures have gotten a lot of conversation lately, and we're figuring out what our version of an attention measure could be. There's a lot of different definitions that are still floating out there. I think to your question, for kind of pure digital versus TV, there's going to be different ways that we can be talking about that. But ultimately, how can we get that richer set of KPIs in the hands of our brands so that we can build a more agile ways of working and a more a faster insights driven ways of working. And to that point, like, what are the internal and agency side team structures that we need? What's the new ways of working? It's not just the measures itself, but how we actually structure our organization to take advantage of the the measures that we have. And definitely it's going to take us some time to get there, but across each of the channels, we're in the midst of building out that approach to measurement, and then what the kind of surrounding ways of working should be to actually take advantage of that quicker to insight motion that we're asking for.
Great, thanks. Nora, did you want to add to that, or should I move on to the next question?
I mean, I think Adam really, hit the nail on the head there. I think that we do our best to take all of the, capabilities that digital has and apply it to the more traditional channels like television or print. And, the reality is there's a lot of manual work, right, that goes into that. So how do we structure our teams to enable them to use that data that we're getting more consistently in a way that is efficient and effective to our media plans?
So true. Okay, so what does a cookieless future mean to J&J? What are some of those operational capabilities and infrastructures that are needed to both, internally as well as your partners in the marketplace? Nora, do you want to start with this one?
I'll let you kick that one off.
Sure. I think there's a lot.
Potato.
I think there's a lot in the cookieless planning, but just kind of like the broader future proofing and what this will look like. And I think on the kind of more pure cookieless future question, again, I don't think anything I'll say is going to be surprising to any other marketer here, but we're certainly in a very heavy testing phase of what are the alternative identity solutions going to be in the years to come. And some are starting to slowly come to a place where there is a mechanism to test it. I think with some severe limitations on how much we're actually seeing in the new identity future versus still most of the transactions are happening from a cookie based mechanism. But we're trying to do as much testing as we can possibly do, starting with our strategic media partners and what they're proposing as their identity solution, and seeing how we can scale that now and kind of get ahead of what we expect to be some of the options in the couple of years to come. But I think we all recognize it's way too uncertain to know which of these identity mechanisms will ultimately, quote unquote, win out and which ones will have the scale behind it. So we're trying to be as broad to our testing as possible. And then I think kind of taking a step back from just kind of the cookie replacement testing, I think for us, future proofing is also just thinking about what do we need to build as a capability that will also be alternative ways for us to invest or target our high value audiences. And obviously as a CPG organization, we have some room to grow as far as how we're thinking about direct to consumer relationships and how can we acquire customer data and what is the value proposition that we can provide back to customers to actually make them care or want to give us, their information so we can build those direct relationships and use that as a basis to not just build those relationships, but also thinking about, from the future of our media targeting capabilities. There's a whole pillar and work stream behind those first party capabilities. And then also just, I think, streaming obviously, and some of the channels that we have right now that aren't as dependent on third-party cookies obviously is going to be a huge investment opportunity in the future as well. Should we see changes or decreases in efficiency for the channels that are more, currently more dependent on third-party cookies. So whether that's streaming or even some of, our, the traditional walled garden partners that, are going to have their own solutions that aren't dependent on third-party cookies, figuring out how we can kind of scale some of that testing, scaling it to more social platforms, versus kind of the core few that we're heavily invested in right now and diversifying there. I think there's some just general diversification themes that we're thinking about, so that even, should some of these identity solutions not pan out as we're all hoping that they will, that we have a whole variety of opportunities for investment to replace what we might be losing out on in the years to come.
Yeah, and to add to that, I mean, brand safety is really important to J&J as well. How are you going to kind of accurately navigate this topic with your partners across, those media channels, and also to kind of ensure that your brand isn't limited with, inventory-wise when activating those high-valued audiences?
I can take that one. I think, brand safety is table stakes for Johnson & Johnson. It is something that, our partners know from the beginning is a top priority for us. And we want to ensure that we're running in content that really aligns with the corporate guidelines. And so I think we've seen the most success where partners have the technology to really automate that environment and to ensure that we can scale against our audiences in brand safe environments. And so I think that's an area where the marketplace is still evolving. Not everyone has the technology to really ensure that. So not only saying we'll find those audience, but then being able to back it up with analytics and data that show where your ads have actually run. And the partners that are investing in that tech and really trying to innovate in that space are the areas where we're seeing the most scale and feeling the most confident that we're running in the inventory that we want to be around.
Got it. How important are some of those retail media networks in reaching that high valued audience for J&J?
I mean, they're extremely important. I think, our retail partners allow us to really reach our audiences further down the funnel when they're close to that conversion. And I think being able to, Adam spoke about ROI in the beginning, and attribution is huge for us. It's how we're able to determine success and to measure our partners. And so having the ability to tie back with these retail partners where we can really understand down to a placement level how our campaigns are performing, it gives us the ability to optimize those campaigns in a way that doesn't exist across the marketplace.
Yeah, and I might add there, I think it kind of fits within the broader theme of future proofing and just what our retail partners are building out from the future of their media capabilities. And talking about intent signals, I mean, we definitely see the opportunity on our retail data partnerships as really a core pillar of where we want to take the media model. I think there's a lot, not to name specific partners, but there's a lot of our strategic media partners that are more tightly integrating those retail data sets for us to use, say, in our programmatic channels. And while there's still a lot of testing and scaling that we have to prove out there, it's kind of a shift from like more of the traditional retail model to integrating the retail model into some of our other media capabilities. There's going to be just a huge opportunity to get better deterministic signals, with our media buying, that we kind of, can build a true kind of more real-time full funnel measurement of media activation to sale, leveraging some of the second party data that we can get from those partners. So by no means are we there yet, but there's a lot of kind of that, the future of retail media and how that can, replace some of the reliance on third party cookies and plays into like the full funnel performance mechanism that we're talking about. I think we're definitely really bullish on this opportunity and investing our time and building out those pilots with each of the retail partners based on what they're proposing and what they're putting out to market right now.
Got it. Yeah, and I mean, like thinking about, currency attribution, there's a lot of discussion around Nielsen and those new forms of currency. What would kind of be your ideal choice and what would that look like?
So I don't know if there is an ideal choice just yet. I think my hope would be that there's one standard, form of measurement across all channels that can deduplicate impressions and access the walled gardens that are still out there and limit our ability to manage reach and frequency holistically. And so, I think with the uncertainty around Nielsen right now, it's creating an opening in the market for other measurement partners to come forward and pitch for the business. And I think, having evaluated many of them, they each have their pros and cons. And, what I think could unfortunately happen is that different partners are requiring different measurement partners. And so that would leave us in a tricky situation where it's already so fragmented. I think, the ideal, to go back to your question, the ideal is to have one source of truth that can truly understand reach and frequency across all channels and all partners.
That would be nice. It'll happen eventually. Okay, so since it's upfront season, can you share some thoughts about what you are experiencing? And did any of your learnings from your marketplace RFI that you hosted last summer impact what you're seeking to do?
Yeah, so I would say that there's two things there. So one, we've found that partnering with networks and platforms who are looking to learn with us creates a lot of opportunities. So whether that's structuring a learning agenda or, doing measurement trials, for us to work together to improve performance and innovate, I think is something that we're looking for more and more. And then I know we briefly spoke on this before, but what we've found is that, with linear television, there's pricing efficiencies for 15-second spots, and those are lacking in the streaming world. And in the pockets of inventory where we've been able to get that discount for J&J, we're seeing performance jump. And so that is something that we are pushing all of our partners to do so that we can structure deals where our brands can benefit from that.
Adam, anything else to add there?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So tell me a little bit about maybe some success that you've had where you tried a new tactic, whether it be addressability, incremental reach, and it went well enough where now you want to deliver that or continue it across, multiple brands. Is there anything that comes to mind of a success that you saw last year or that you want to continue this year?
I'll talk on like the general, you mentioned it already, just the general theme of addressability, not necessarily something new that we've tested out, but and like you said, I've only been here for less than a year, so some of this kind of predates what I've seen, but just the idea of addressability and within our high value audiences, really thinking about not just, we know that we can, with the best of, internal and external partners, reach our high value audiences, and thinking about the technical and operational side of what data partners are using to reach them, that we're spending as much time on really, the messaging and what are we trying to, distinguish as a value proposition to those audiences. And, we've proven out both, we've seen in, just industry studies and our own internal data that by investing in addressability, we're going to see an X% return on our ROI figure. So that truly has moved past kind of campaign by campaign basis, but like what is our inherent ways of working in operations to get more of our brands and more of our teams employing a level of addressability into the creative that we're putting into market across as many channels as we can control. I think what we're now thinking about is potentially what additional external partners from a more from like a tech and platform standpoint do we want to stand up as the J&J best practice to make that ways of working even simplified, because we know it can get very complex very fast if we have many different tech partners in place on what that addressable creative process could look like. So that's kind of the immediate task that we're thinking about right now, of like what we think we need to get done to, build a bit more of a streamlined global to local process for addressability. But definitely, one of the pillars that we're going to be focusing on for the remainder of the year.
Right. So Adam, your client, Nora, your agency, and I'm sure a lot of people in the audience listening in today come from both sides. Tell me how both the client and the agency best communicate to kind of new ideas and innovation, best practices, et cetera.
I mean, I would say it's having open lines of communication, right? I know we have, statuses multiple times a week with our clients, and we're really bringing them into the conversations from the start. And so that there's a clear understanding of the goals for the campaign, of the KPIs. And I think what's made our partnership so successful is that there's an eagerness to learn, trial and error, and take those learnings to improve future campaigns. So it makes it easy for us to be in this sort of test and learn partnership where we can go out into the market and learn. And then once we can prove out some of these tactics that we're testing, scale them across the larger portfolio.
Yeah, I think what I would add, there's a lot underneath that we could chat about, but I mentioned in the topic of the performance model, and one of the big elements within that is like, what is the ways of working? Like, what does the J&J structure need to look like? What does the J3 and broader IPG team needs to look like to actually allow us to have more of that real-time dialogue on performance and how we're going to optimize our investment? And I think for that model to work, like between client and agency, like Nora said, it's definitely, there's a deep desire to be, to have those work in progress conversations. And from the very outset of a topic, or whatever the topic is, to be a part of those conversations. We've done a lot of work on J&J side to invest in the team. Like I mentioned, my team is essentially new. A lot of our regional and local teams are also investing in their quote unquote specialist talent to actually be a deeper partner in some of that real-time conversation. But just having that level of transparency, kind of moving past expectations of buttoned up final products being shared out, but just having that, a mechanism to, see what's happening under the hood and optimize and, brainstorm together what the future looks like, and take, into account ideas that are coming from both ends, is going to enable the best working model between our teams.
Makes sense. Okay, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask this next question as the healthcare lead. It's one of my favorites. Tell me a little bit about how consumer expectations for health have changed. I was at a conference last week, and the big two buzzwords were trust and science. So if we learned anything from COVID, how are kind of some of those expectations changing in the health space? Adam?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Nora.
No, by all means.
Yeah, I think on the topic of transparency, from a messaging standpoint, and I think a lot of our brand and product teams are just thinking about how we can get more of whether it's detailed lists into ingredients or other ways that we can just be as transparent of what products we're putting out there. Obviously, we have a certain lens, both I'm working predominantly on the consumer health side versus what our pharmaceutical teams are thinking, and obviously there's going to be a distinct point of view between the two sides. But from a consumer health standpoint, definitely in the spirit of transparency and using that as a way to build deeper direct to customer relationships. There's many benefits of that. We were talking about some of the future proofing elements of it. So we're kind of thinking about what it means for us to have those direct dialogues with customers. What are they looking for us? And I think, kind of grounding that in that spirit of transparency, and what we can truly offer our customers that perhaps our retail partners cannot, is kind of the basis of, how we're thinking about the future of not just the media model, but, just the kind of deeper relationship aspect of it as well.
Nora, anything to add there?
No, I think Adam, hit that. I think, he did mention, obviously, like it is a bit different on the pharmaceutical side than on the consumer side, but I think the overarching like goals for being transparent and making sure that we are, breaking through the clutter in a way that is both privacy compliant, but also in a way in which like our consumers want to be reached.
Yeah. And so if you really look ahead to the next 2 years, what do you think are some of those the biggest opportunities in the space, especially obviously J&J Consumer kind of separating to be their own entity away from med device and pharma?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't, speak too much about that, and in full transparency, it's very, early stage on how that's, what it will mean for both sides of the company, post separation. But obviously, that's in the back of our minds and everything on like what will it mean for us to be, a consumer specific organization. I think the one thing that's still, and this might be a bit, repetitive to what I was saying before, but yeah, I think thinking about the this industry will look like in the post third-party cookie phase, and all the different pillars of what that future proofing might look like. I think what's important to me personally is there's so much dialogue on what are those replacement opportunities for identity, thinking about all the technical and operational needs, which of course are critical to the future of what we're going to be doing. But I would hope, and what I haven't seen as much just kind of across the industry, is not to over index on that side of the conversation, but also making sure that it's grounded on what do consumers actually care about, what do they want to hear from us about. It's not, they don't care that we want their first party data. They are thinking about why do they even care to have a conversation directly with us, as a suite of brands. So I just hope that there's as much focus on not just rebuilding what the cookie replacement is, but that we're really thinking about what types of creative, what types of formats are meaningful, what types of messages actually are going to break through the clutter, and that we don't lose sight of that as an industry, and that we're dividing our attention equally on both sides of that equation.
Yeah. Speaking of creative, does creative messaging, does it vary state to state, or even if the target audience is largely the same, does your creative messaging change?
I would say that it does not change geographically. Normally, our messaging is pretty consistent. I think it's tailored to the audiences, right? So where we can be more addressable to that actual consumer that we're reaching is where we take those, where we make those changes on the creative side. But we don't really have a different national strategy versus the local markets.
Got it. Okay, so when I hear multi-screen, I hear duplicated audiences. How do we ensure that our efforts cross-screen are not hitting that same person and driving frequency?
So I think a lot of the work that we've been doing is to focusing our activity into a DSP that can help us manage that oversaturation and that deduplication. I think, of course, there are still a lot of walls up that prevent us from doing that holistically across all of our partners, but we're seeing that if we can mitigate that waste and really redeploy our spends in places where we're finding a net new audience, it drives campaign performance. And so enabling us to do that is partnering with different DSPs or a DSP where we can truly see as much of that inventory as we have available to us and understand, did I hit Adam 5 times and now I'm going to reach him again in a different channel, or can I find someone new who's in market for our product and hasn't been overexposed to our creative?
Got it. Adam, anything else to add there?
No, I think that kind of covered it. Definitely, it's a focus for us, and I think definitely from a platform standpoint, that's going to be key on figuring out how we can just best answer those questions.
Great. I'm going to go into the chat. I'm going to see. I think we're kind of going into our Q&A, so I'm going to just look real quick. I just want to see, it says, how are the current speakers dealing with end-to-end nature of processing, measuring these deals in the fragmented video landscape, since these audiences may not be considered currency? We cover that a little bit, but anything to add there?
I would just add that I think with streaming specifically, there's a huge opportunity because, as Adam mentioned before, it's not a cookie environment, right? It's based on device IDs and linking back to your targets, and advertisers that are using audiences built-in cookies and trying to transact on them in streaming where it's device IDs, right? There's a huge drop off. And so I do think that as we move away from cookies, there's an opportunity to not only improve the match rates, but improve the consistency across partners in terms of like who within our audiences we're reaching.
Got it. Do we have any other questions in the chat? Just let me look here. I think those are not for us. So, all right, let me close that out. Any other questions? I think, no, we've got Ethan back.
Yes, awesome, you guys. Really, really appreciate it. Super interesting discussion. If you don't mind, maybe hang out with me for a minute or two. I had a couple of questions kind of creep into my head, and because I'm your moderator, I guess I get to ask them. Adam, you mentioned early on that you're building out a team of specialists, and I'm really curious about how you balance the need for people who are specialized in all of these technical areas of marketing with the need for people to be well-rounded in a broad range of topics. I think that's got to be a really interesting challenge for you as you try to build out the team.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And definitely, I think, from a global standpoint, I think we have the luxury perhaps of being able to have specialists that are going to really focus on, say, one given media channel and help build best practices that can scale to the organization. But naturally, if you are looking at our regional and our local teams, especially those smaller teams in smaller markets that are not going to have that ability, it's absolutely, it already kind of is a balance of thinking about like what is that more generalized version of a skill set that, say, one of our market teams needs to have to be able to partner with Nora and the rest of the J3 org to obviously not have that same level of depth on one specific channel or one specific topic, but enough of a basis on what's happening across the board so that we can move get to that point where J&J and J3 are partnering on that kind of real-time performance-based model. So it's to answer your question, it's going to vary depending on what part of the org you're looking at, and it's definitely it's a mix of both. And I think we absolutely recognize that what we're asking our local teams to build out and to be partners with us on is going to be a different model than what we're building ourselves at the global organization.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really great point, that it's kind of different strokes for different folks. Based on where they are. Nora, could I ask you a similar question? I'm an ex-agency guy. I started my career on the agency side, and so I'm curious, as you hire people at the earlier stages of their career, how you train them to understand the breadth of everything that exists, everything that we talked about over the last 25 minutes. How do you possibly get people up to speed on all of that?
Well, it's definitely a challenge for sure. I think one of the ways that we're trying to sort of future-proof our talent is to give them exposure to campaigns from start to finish. So having the ability to learn from the pre-planning stages all the way through activation to the analytics enables them to be able to, hold their own at different tables. I think that it's forced us to be a lot more collaborative, where we're working with our peers in decision science and our peers in strategies a lot more closely than we were 10 years ago. So being able to, of course, have that expertise in investment, but then being able to lean on your peers in analytics to help you understand the data and the performance so that you are, a specialist, but also well-rounded enough to be able to help guide our clients and help answer questions that they might have, because, we would never want to have to ask 8 different people the answer to a simple question when we have teams that, do have the capability to understand it all while remaining sort of an expert in a certain field.
That's really interesting. It sounds like you're both going at it a similar way, that there's this idea that folks need to be broad and deep, I guess, for lack of a better term. All right, one last thing, and then I promise I'm going to let you go. Going to do a little game called Final Word. As we look to a future, if we come back together this time, late April next year, what do you think is the one thing that is going to make the difference over the next 12 months in terms of your ability to reach high value audiences? The topic of this conversation, is there something that you're looking for that you hope happens over the next 12 months? Nora, I'll let you try to answer that one.
Sure. I think for me, there's been a need for attribution measurement within streaming, right? And I think that we are finally at the point where we are close to having something that can actually do that for us. Whether it's Nielsen or another partner, I think it's too soon to tell, but my hope is in a year when we come back, we've found that partner and we're truly able to, prove out the value of streaming that as consumers, we all know exists, but I think as marketers, we're still waiting for the measurement to catch up.
Gotcha. Adam, what's your silver bullet?
Honestly, I'm not going to add another one because I mean, on this specific topic, of streaming, I think what Nora said is spot on. And, honestly, the biggest constraint that we have right now from doing more and what we want to see. So rather than add something else into the mix, I would focus on that. And I think that, once we have some of those deeper insights, then we can hold streaming to the same level of performance specificity that we can our other digital channels. That would be the game changer. Gotcha.
Well, thank you so much. Elise, thank you so much for leading this conversation. Nora, Adam, thanks so much for joining us. We really, really appreciate it. Gonna let you go and wish you a lovely day.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. All right. Very interesting panel. We are going to switch gears here in our afternoon. We've got a new group joining us. The topic is a little bit of a play on words. It's called Audiences 2.0, What's on the Horizon? The play on words being that we're joined by a number of folks from Horizon Media, Laura McElhenney, Lauren Chaplin, Megan Phelan from Horizon Media, and Blue at Horizon. And we're joined also especially by Lynn Hemmons from the Hershey Company. So just want to say hello to all of you. And then I'm going to hand it off to my partner in crime, Joe Grisafi, who's going to moderate the session. Joe, how you doing?
Great. Doing great. Same sweaters. That's good.
Yes, we definitely had that organized. I'm glad to see it.
Thanks a lot. And thanks everybody out there on the live side. And if you're going to be watching on demand, that's great. And really excited. I am Joe Grisafi. I'm the head of agency partnerships at Ampersand. Just quickly, Ampersand, we believe in moving TV forward by enabling advertisers to reach and measure audiences across all TV screens. We simplify and enhance advertising TV investments empowered by rich viewership insights against the largest TV inventory footprint in the industry. And for that reason alone, I'm excited to be part of this program and lead the panel here titled Audience 2.0, What's on the Horizon. So just to give you a little taste of what we're going to be talking about, we're going to be talking about the development, enhancement of internal data planning tools that align with brands, specifically Lynn, and her specific company's preferred audiences. We're going to take a dive into that alignment with the brands and look at that first party new age targeting for the agency stakeholders, enhance building their audiences using planning tools in-house. It's a critical connection point right now. You hear this word a lot, table stakes. It's table stakes in the next phase of advertising growth for client, agency, and media vendors in the TV marketplace. So that gives you a little flavor of what we're going to be talking about. I'm joined by some of the leading minds, forward thinkers that are driving the industry to new levels. And I have the privilege to work with the largest independent agency in the US, Horizon Media, wave guys, and across leading brands like Lynn and Hershey's. I wanted to do a more formal introduction to the panel itself. We just said before, and we just briefly introduced, but Lynn Hemmons is the Vice President of Consumer Intelligence and Analytics for Hershey's. Her focus is to accelerate growth for the Hershey's company, $8 billion business, and 80 plus brands, many of them which I probably have in my house. So thank you, including consumer insights, intelligence, and strategic revenue growth and management. So welcome, Lynn. For the Horizon side, joined by three major change agents. Laura McElhaney is the Chief Data Officer. She is a key member of Horizon's governance and committee that leads the agency's media technology and data team. She's over 25 years of experience in the media and agency business, bringing together a unique blend of knowledge, technology background, and the development on client side business consultancy, and is critical in spearheading the implementation of their state-of-the-art data technology platform and seamlessly integrating and analyzing and distributing the enhanced client data, both from a meaningful and actionable throughout the entire data-driven ecosystem. So Laura, thank you for being with me. Laura Chaplin is the SVP of National Investments. Laura is a lifetime Horizon employee, 15 plus years. She is managing the national video buying for Hershey's and other big brands. Lauren is a wealth of knowledge, not only from the ever-changing media landscape, she also obviously knows TV on the linear side, but also an expert in premium video, OTT, and advanced data targeting. Welcome, Lauren. And to round out the group, Megan Phelan. Megan, hello, SVP, Head of Product for Blue. Megan is an ad tech industry veteran with extensive audience curation and platform development experience. She is currently Blue, Horizon Media Data's platform head of product and manages that product directly. So that rounds out our group. I'm excited to talk about what we're going to be kind of jumping into here overall. And ultimately, let's get the conversation started. Obviously, this is Brand Innovators. So I think it's most appropriate, Lynn, that we start with you. Just jump right in. I mean, obviously, Hershey's has years of data, obviously collected, 80 plus brands, we just said, from consumer side. Obviously, it could be used now to target audiences effectively on all media platforms. So it's not just a digital tactic where you can use kind of the standard digital third-party, first-party tactics in terms of tags, et cetera. Big brands like yourself need to activate this data and to best inform targets holistically. So, how is Hershey's using data to evolve and better target the consumers on TV now that it's more holistic? Lynn, if you could jump in there and just kind of give us a little flavor.
Sure, Joe, and thank you so much for having us today. I think this is an exciting panel and definitely an exciting topic. And there are some cutting edge things happening right now, and we're so excited to have this conversation. But as you know, putting the consumer front and center is absolutely critical. However, when targeting is focused on traditional demographic targets, let's say 18 to 49, and enrich where possible with third-party data, it's really difficult to deliver the right message to the right person at the right time. Well, that's all changing. New tools and technology and digital breadcrumbs, aka data, can be wired together to give rich insight into consumers. Today, a company's growth relies on more meaningful interactions with consumers, which need to be enabled by a deep data-driven understanding of who consumers are and how they behave.
It's great. And with all that information, Lynn, you know, as a brand, what are you looking for in partnership tools? There's obviously from the agency side, the vendor side, the technology side. How does this all factor in shaping what Hershey's is trying to do from a consumer targeting roadmap? You could kind of give us a little flavor of kind of that build because you're at the pinnacle of that.
Sure. We're always looking for agencies, vendors, and technology that allow us to create a full picture of consumers' desires and behaviors at the consumer level. We connect first party, second party, and third party information together to create rich understanding of all of our consumers. And this has helped us to get really deep in sophistication. By leveraging the understanding of consumers' desires and behaviors, we can engage in new and existing consumers at the right time and the right place and satisfy the cravings, our consumers' cravings with the products that we have. In addition, we can get really precise on measurement and analytics, which we can use to optimize our investments.
It's great. You know, when you think of, and Lauren and I were talking about this when we were kind of doing a lot of you think about Hershey's, you think about everyone eats chocolate, but it's not that. You have 80 brands that have profiles specifically built, and that's a great kind of bridge to the agency side. And, you know, what exactly are we looking at as, you know, the agency community has to adjust to these needs that Lynn just laid out. You know, how is Horizon doing this? I kind of mentioned obviously Megan's role, but, you know, tell us a little bit about the roadmap journey that Horizon is taking, the relationship that has been built specifically with Hershey's, obviously, and much more holistic, but in terms of powering the client with agency targeting. Megan, if you could kind of jump in, and I know you've been a orchestrator on this side, it'd be great to educate us all.
Sure. So we created Blue, which you mentioned before. We call Blue internally a connected marketing platform, and it's underpinned by an identity framework. The reason why we don't just call it identity framework, which most people do with their identity solutions, is because the goal is really to connect everything that Lynn's doing from a marketing standpoint with what we do from a media standpoint, right? And so Blue was created as an open API platform, so we plug directly into our clients' tech stacks. That identity framework, we have about 283 unique individuals, and we have a 360 view profile on them. So going back to Lynn was saying, like, what really makes that consumer consume that specific brand of chocolate and when, and how are they consuming it against the competition? It's really understanding all of those things through our data partnerships that we have within Blue, and then using our data science team to really take all the tools that they've built, model, and understand what is that consumer going to do next? Are they going to try a new SKU? Are we going to get them to buy more? Or is it just to have them come back more time? So really understanding through our data science that we layer on top of all of our tech, connecting it directly into our clients' tech stacks is how we kind of orchestrate that overall journey from our consumers.
Lynn, how do you work back and forth with Megan to call it massage and get that audience right? I mean, obviously it's not a one-shot deal. I'm sure there's a back and forth that you guys work some kind of cadence. What is that like?
We were working on an ecosystem of individual consumers before our partnership started with Horizon. And then we discovered Blue and discovered what Horizon had built. And no pun intended, I was like a kid in a candy store. It is just amazing. Their system is extremely complementary to ours. And then we found a way to tie them together. And so Horizon is really an extension of our team. I consider our partnership extremely critical for unlocking future growth at the Hershey company. And I could be more excited what's ahead for us.
And if I could just jump in there for a minute, I think this is what makes our relationship so incredible is the collaboration. So when Megan was talking about that connected marketing platform, it's about connecting to all the tech that our clients may use and also all the tech that our partners, ampersand for instance, use. We want to make sure that it's seamless, the back and forth. Data is owned by the client. The client owns their data. It should be portable. It should be able to be utilized to help grow their brands, right? And I think that's what this relationship has been for us. It's been a way to help grow and work collectively with our partner holistically. So, collaboration has been so amazing. Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate it.
And so you're going to be mad that you picked us all for this panel because you like to talk. But to go back on what they were saying about collaboration, and that's kind of why we called it a connected marketing platform, right? It's like brands have nailed marketing. They kill it. They've done it for a million years and they speak really well to their consumer, and it's a pull and play. And the media's kind of been off on the side to do their own kind of job. And our job we see with Blue is to really collaborate with our clients to bring those things together and have it be one job of like, what is the overall goal of our brands?
Yeah, I would imagine that also it's informing what you guys are building, enhancing the infrastructure, and having clients like Lynn help that. Is there again a day-to-day process that goes in? Is it done, as you look at specific brands? Obviously not all 80 may be used all at once, but is there a process that goes into that? It would be great to kind of like hear how that back and forth works, especially like that's one thing of curating the audiences, but also informing how platform needs to be built and enhanced.
Yeah, 1,000%. So, when we embarked on building Blue, which is about 4 or 5 years ago, we built it because we knew cookies eventually would be going away. Did I think it was going to take this long? No, I didn't. I thought it was going to be years ago, but it is what it is. Right. Here we are. So we had built the platform specifically for the future. And that's exactly what we continue to do, is looking at the future, looking at what our client base is going to help inform what data we bring in, right? It's not cost effective for us to buy every single data asset that's out there of clients that we could potentially have. That's, we're not a data company, although I'd like to think we are. Bill does not, want me to spend all that money. But that's part of the collaboration with our brands as well. So, in partnership with Lynn and with Hershey, they've purchased some data that they've had in-house. They've negotiated it so that we can utilize it to drive as well as using the data that we have in our house. And when we look at our infrastructure, we're never going to be done, right? Because technology changes every single day and everybody wants what that shiny new toy is. And so we're constantly looking to the future of what that shiny new toy is. I mean, we were in the clean room space long before our partners were talking about clean rooms. We knew that it was going to be a thing. Data privacy is always at the forefront of everything we do. And we wanted to make sure that our partners were comfortable with how we're handling data, how we're sharing data, and how we're utilizing it, particularly not just from the activation standpoint and being able to use first-party data to activate on, but also from the measurement perspective, making sure that we're staying data compliant. So, when we look at our roadmap is always forward thinking, and we're always looking 2-3 years ahead to make sure that we're ahead of the curve. And so today it happens to be, all about clean rooms, which we've already solved for on our side, but it's working with our partners to help them build that on their side so that we can play nice in the sandbox, but also, data privacy and consumer opt-ins and consumer consent is a huge piece of where we're going with new regulations coming into play in 2023.
Laura, do you feel like the system needs to be an open ecosystem right now because of the flexibility that you need for using Lynn as an example to connect with various, compliance avenues?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that, the days of everybody keeping everything so close is gone. If you don't collaborate with your partners, whether it be your media partners or your tech partners, then you're all going to be left behind, right? And you're not going to be able to work on behalf of your brands, which is what you want to do. At the end of the day, we all just want to make money. The media side, the vendor side, the brand side, and we have to find a way to do that cohesively together. And collaboration is one of the ways we do that.
Sure. And when you think about, there are major agencies across the marketplace that, Some are building their own. Some are, have partnerships that they've, combined. What is your passion point in terms of what you guys have built internally, and why that is an advantage in terms of working with a client like Lynn, and then also the flexibility of growth and where you guys see the future expanding to? Just look at Blue as itself as it evolves. I don't know who wants to take that, but
I mean, because I like to talk a lot. I'm sorry, guys. I'll jump right in, and then you can dovetail on it. I am a huge proponent of rent, build, buy, right? There's some people who have done things better than I can do, and that's fine to rent or buy it, right? But what owning, the primary part of owning your technology does for you is it allows you flexibility and allows you to do what you need to do to pivot and shift. And I think we go back to that term of connected marketing platform, which, I think Megan made it up, but I love it. Is because we do have that flexibility, the flexibility to play with our media partners, the flexibility to play and share tech and share data that we have with our brands as well, right? So that we're working off of the same scorecard. And, we as an agency, we work with many other agencies. We collaborate. Not all of our clients have us managing their entire portfolio, right? So you have to be able to collaborate with your other partners for the greater good of the brand in and of itself.
that's great. And I do have a question down the road, Megan, for you on, what's the best use case and case study. I wanted to pivot a little bit to the marketplace itself. Lauren, I'd love for you to jump in, maybe Megan jump in with this. It's like, so why do you guys think together, and just in the head of, from Lynn and Hershey's, why a well-defined audience and building that audience is critical, specifically for TV media business growth? Lauren, you've been in the marketplace a long time, kind of managing this. You see an evolution. I would love to get your opinion on how you see that.
Sure. I think in this marketplace, we're in a unique challenge with linear TV. As ratings continue to decline, right, demand is outpacing supply. So both buyers and sellers need to be smarter about reevaluating these finite GRPs. Traditionally, these GRPs for Hershey and for most other brands were a reach play. Linear TV is still where you're going to go to get the quickest reach, and that's not going to change. But as that's becoming more and more finite, we need to be more strategic about placing our dollars in the marketplace. And there's a lot of talk about alternative measurement and other solutions. And really, we're not looking to go from an 18 to 49 demo from Nielsen to use another source of measurement, or even to go broader than 18 to 49. The ultimate goal here is to attribute TV advertising to sales goals. And really, that's what we've set up this infrastructure for with Hershey. And I think that we've done a really good job of defining that audience on a brand by brand level, because now what we're able to do is pull levers based on each brand's KPIs in this addressable and advanced TV space. Some of our brands have a household penetration KPI, and each brand is different. So what does that mean now that we have this target? We need to start diving deeper into data-driven television, into addressable TV, and ultimately have that closed loop, right, attribution to see those results on the back end, and then to start to optimize as we have been doing in digital TV for quite some time.
And it's interesting. We see this in the marketplace where, as digital and streaming came along, it was the easiest place to go to incremental reach. But we're starting to have the intelligence now to show that in the TV space, in that space still, there is incremental reach to attain. And I think that's a huge opportunity, not to dismiss the streaming part, because obviously we want to cover TV as a whole. Lynn, we talked about this. And I completely understand that. And the other part that you mentioned is the different KPIs. I'm wondering if you could kind of go into that a little bit more, since we're on this. How does it change the tactics of TV targeting? There's brand awareness. If, Lynn, you're launching a new product, obviously, or there's a new packaging, a new name, or there's, obviously sales, which are very, very important. And just, can you kind of like give us a little bit of that, how that changes things now? Much more digital tactic, Megan, that you kind of probably have the background on, for your career. Can we talk a little bit about that now in the TV space, Lauren?
Yeah, I can kind of jump in, and then Megan, if you want to dovetail on that. But I think that based on the brand, right, Hershey's and Reese has a very different KPI than, say, some of the smaller variety brands like an Almond Joy. And what they're ultimately trying to do is different things. It is a lot harder to convert someone who isn't a purchaser than it is, right, to work on someone to convert them, right? So when we look at TV as a reach vehicle, it's about awareness. It's about retaining that viewer. How do we then shift our mindset now that we could get addressably tactics within linear to start reaching those other consumers that we might not necessarily look at from a linear TV perspective in the past?
Yeah.
And not even just like from an overall KPI, from like a Reese standpoint, right? Like within Reese, there's multiple KPIs by audience, and that's really what Blue lets us do, right? It's like all of our data providers are connected at the most atomic level. And I spoke a little about our marketing science practice. And to me, I think that's really what shines here and what sets us apart is that their modeling and like mining capabilities are so strong that we can actually take a full Reese target and then break it up based on specific KPIs. So instead of buying all Reese buyers addressably, it's which ones actually need that TV weight involved there to do whatever KPI that is. If it is bringing them into as a household, or is it trying like a new SKU? So because we can now mine for business outcomes, we could then place media directly based on those that correlate to that outcome.
Yeah, we're a true believer of creating a universe, and I always say a custom universe. And like you said, Reese would be one universe, and Kiss will be another universe, and Kit Kat's another universe. I mean, you technically in the world that we're living in now, we can create unique universes, and I think that's an opportunity specifically. Lauren, what are you looking for now from vendors for best in class? As you look at the upfront and look at call it the next year, is definitely change as we come out of COVID. Everybody's more comfortable with the fact that we're able to curate data, curate audience insights specifically, and I think that's important. What do you see? How do you see your world with Lynn and the team evolving as you move forward?
I think as we head into the upfront and look for opportunities within traditional linear partners, I think two key things we're looking for is really transparency and the partnership on success. So for us, we've done all this great work, mining, curating, and customizing these target audiences. We have the hookups, and we don't want to send all of our good data out to 3 weeks later, get a plan and say, okay, here's where your audience is. To us, that's not a partnership. That's not what we're looking to do in this space. What we're looking to is for full transparency, to understand the match rates, to understand the tech involved, fees or not, and really to analyze these plans with a partner to understand where our audience is and where that potential is, to ultimately see the back end results. So we're able to learn and optimize for the future. And I think partners that are willing to go on that ride with us are the ones that we really want to invest in. And it is like a partner like Ampersand who can, we have the access to a dashboard. We can see along the way how the audiences are being created and what those match rates are. Like that's the piece that we want. And that's when we select our partners, what we're looking for.
And just to dovetail on that, and Lauren, you hit the nail on the head. Having partners that are going to integrate with our Blue ID is key for us, because then we do know the match rates up front. There's no guessing work, right? And it makes it more seamless. So when Lauren's going through all of her planning, she already can see, based on the audience that Megan's curated and what their KPIs are, she can already see where she's going to have the biggest bang for her buck, if you will, and having that up front and having, partners that aren't only going to integrate with our ID up front, but also on the back end for measurement is absolutely key. And I think it's a big part of all of their negotiations up, going into the upfronts.
Yeah. And I would say especially in linear TV, the optimization part of it tends to be challenging, right? Results are a little bit delayed. We can't act as quick as we can in digital, but there is an opportunity to be able to optimize and to start pivoting in that direction. And I think that's the key piece to that back-end attribution that we're looking for.
Lynn, that must help immensely, especially with different brands and different strategies that you have, and looking at the analytics from that end to see that what is being used new or enhancements to things that, Lauren, you would normally, just be doing as kind of table stakes specifically for national media, but then to be able to optimize and constantly be able to see how you could change that through an audience, right? Is that pretty accurate? What I was saying?
Absolutely. I can't reinforce what Lauren and Laura said enough. The transparency, the measurement, the connectedness, and being able to pivot darn near close to real time is extremely important to optimize our opportunities.
Great. Laura, what are you looking for from on the data side, the partners that you are trying to build bridges with? Obviously, it's an evolution and it's a journey, but what would you say to the community of where you, obviously you said you played clean room for before probably the word came out, clean room. But I would love to know that a little bit more, so we have a little bit of understanding, kind of like where you see the pathway. We obviously all want one. There's not going to be one, at least for now. Just curious your perspective on that.
Yeah, I think deterministic is key, right? So partners that have their own identity spine, if you will, that plays a huge role for us. And there are still many partners out there who don't, whether they just don't have the resources to get there, or they're too small and it's too not cost effective. But even if you're working with a third party to help you with your identity, that's key for us, right? That deterministic level is key to be able to match back to our ID. And if it's a data provider, and even working with our media partners that have their own data, and we utilize that to enrich Blue like we do with you, right? If we're matching against our ID and we need to blow out an audience, we know that we can do that with you because we're talking the same language, right? We're talking about that same deterministic ID, that same level of granularity. And that's really what we're looking for. Knowing where data privacy is going, making sure that people are following the guidelines and they're following consumer consent appropriately. That's also a huge proponent for us to make sure that people are ahead of the game, so that when 2023 comes, there's no surprises.
Yeah, the advice that you would give Lauren, and Megan, as you guys are looking to enhance partnerships, I think it's really important for you to, kind of look into what is that like? Is that a constant day-to-day that you go into, try to find? Is it something that you lead the pathway to those vendors to say, this is where you need to be? Because obviously some of the traditional vendors may not be there.
We've been leading the pathway for quite some time. We've been ahead of the pack, and it's been frustrating too, because it's taken people a while to catch up. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm sure.
They can't move fast enough. We're lucky that we're privately held, so I think it's a little bit easier for us to move. We're a little bit more nimble, I think, than some of our holding company partners. And even some of the media partners, they're huge conglomerates, right? Sometimes it's just harder for them to pivot.
I just wanted to get to some of the questions. I thought it'd be good to jump in right now. Just looking into this right now. What do we have here? Can we hear some comments from the panel? This will probably be you, Laura, about what they think about Nielsen's big data initiative. Are you factoring this into this year's upfront? Maybe Lauren, you as well. Just trying to understand that from an audience perspective. Anybody want to jump into that?
Lauren, I'll let you take it first, just in regards to the upfront and currency and how you're looking at them, and then I'll jump in.
Yeah, so from a currency perspective, I think we all agree that in 2023, Nielsen's going to be the main front runner. I don't think anything's going to change as quickly as we'd all like it to be. But with the big data piece, obviously Nielsen is trying to keep up and try to get back some of their worth. But we are exploring other opportunities, and I don't think it's going to be a one size fits all marketplace, right? And for us, again, I think it's less about an alternative guarantee on adults 18 to 49. For us, it's about how do we start moving to target against our blue audiences and ultimately guaranteeing against sales, right? That's, I think, especially before COVID, there was a lot of talk about business outcome guarantees and how we move into that direction. And obviously things changed and shifted. And I do think we're in an opportunity now to start heading in that direction. The first step to that is aligning on our target audiences, right? Being able to talk that same language that Laura was saying, so we could then feel comfortable about guaranteeing against what truly matters for our clients, which is ultimately business outcomes in their sales.
How hard is it to do that, Lauren, if, obviously you're buying, you do your negotiation on an upfront basis universally for Hershey's, but yet every brand has a specific objective and may have a different objective. Lynn, you could jump in on this as well. I mean, obviously things change then, you got to look things not so much macro, more micro.
Yeah. Well, without giving away our secret sauce, I would say that we are very brand specific driven. We don't look at Hershey's as a corporate client. We look at each brand within the portfolio as a specific client with specific needs and different KPIs, just like Lynn on her end has different KPIs for each of the brands that she has to answer for. We do the same thing from a buying perspective. So sure, it's a little bit more legwork on the front end and through optimizations, but that's truly the lens we see success with the Hershey's business and how we continue to operate.
And I would add as well as the detailed information that Horizon has and the way we've merged it together, literally at the atomic level, allows other brands to have different KPIs. In addition, the way we're working together to get all this information close to real time allows us to pivot and change the outcomes, as opposed to, set it and forget it. Those days are long past, and now it's literally about connecting in real time, making sure that we're optimizing everything.
How did, obviously you've gotten really comfortable, Lynn, using your insights, which is fantastic. And I think that's driven the relationship here and the future. What would be the recommendation for brands out there? This is a brand focused, obviously, forum, to dig in and understand a little bit better on how this could be an activation and a efficient learning tool to grow the business. Anything you wanted to jump in on that?
I would say get very comfortable with everything at the individual level, and don't be intimidated by big pieces of data that can be wired together. Be very comfortable in making decisions in real time and making sure that we have the proper reporting structure and the relationship to activate and kind of change what's going on so you can take advantage of that. And then the thing that I could not stress enough is the relationship we have with Horizon. I mentioned earlier that they're an extension of our team. And what you'll notice in my title, you don't see the word media, because I get the honor and the privilege of working on our consumer intelligence and analytics. And absolutely, Horizon is critical to this value equation.
That's great.
Just jumping in there, Joe, sorry, but
please.
big thing for the brands is that there's still misconception on the ability to share data. And I think that that's hugely important. If you are working with a brand that does have first party data in-house, right? Not all brands do, I get that. But for the ones that do, don't be afraid to share it and utilize it with your agency. Don't be afraid to work closer with them, because the benefits far outweigh any negativity at all. I mean, yes, do your due diligence from a data audit perspective and security perspective. Absolutely. Put them through the ringer, go through an InfoSec audit. Absolutely. But once you do that and you feel comfortable, you should not be afraid to share your data. The reason why we're very successful with Hershey is because it is literally an open relationship and data flows both ways. And we're utilizing it and working off of one sense of truth. So even with Lynn doing work in-house on something completely different, we're still working off of that same one sense of truth. And that's very important.
Critical, obviously, that
Absolutely.
that collaboration. The last question I had that I hear is, what would be one great example case study? Obviously, you don't have to release any brand information, anything that that would be a great story. Megan, you and I talked about, there's been such great examples of that out there. I'm wondering, between you and Lauren, if there is something that you could share with somebody that share with the group, what is a great example of that.
Yeah, I would say I don't know if it's an actual example, but from my perspective, it's starting from the planning, right? Because I think that agencies historically have been ingrained in reach frequency, relying on Nielsen and those tools to carry you through to all the way to buying. And really, it's changing that mentality. So it's being able to plan against the target, being able to marry it to a partner that has the ability to connect to your first party data. And for me, ultimately, it's when you're able to see as close to real-time results and be able to react quick enough to make changes and to implement additions to that in order to then see sales on the back end. For me, it is that 360, right? We talk about like that closed loop, being able to isolate that, especially, I know the challenges within linear TV, but being able to do that and having a client and agency on board to be a little bit more comfortable and uncomfortable, right? Taking that risk, which I think we do a lot with Hershey, is ultimately what I would think is like the best success story.
Megan, is there anything on your end? I know that, obviously you're coming from the data side and but matching things together it's a little bit of more, it becomes more of art with science, right? And so I think that's probably a good example, especially with the brand portfolio with Hershey's.
Yeah, not from like, I don't know how to give a good case study without giving away too much, but I would say is that integration is probably the key. And obviously surpassing any kind of third party, right? So a lot of times everyone's relying on LiveRamp. So the more that these partners are willing to expose that spine, the closer we are to having a higher match rate and getting that feedback loop of data. The feedback loop is like pivotal for us to understand like how we're actually measuring, especially for like CPG, right? Like they don't really have the first party data. It's all held within the retailer. So for us to start measuring on any sort of sales KPI and really get in with the marketing kind of philosophy and business goals, we need to understand that feedback loop and really connect at that spine. So from like a matching standpoint, any sort of integration, the more integrated you are, the more we'll get out of a kind of partnership in totality together.
It's a great point. I mean, the connection between the retail sales and the audience together is exciting because, as I mentioned before, it creates a custom universe in a sense for every single brand. And that's something that is evolving through the TV marketplace, and something that, we're leaning in big with Ampersand. So it's great that we hear that that's the way you guys are thinking through that. So fantastic on that. I have one last question, and I wanted each of you, it's the old one word, stealing Ethan's thing, so you can't use that, Ethan, if you come back on. But what would be the one word that you'd suggest people to focus on as TV, as targeting evolves in the TV industry? And what would you say from the consumer brand side, Lynn? What would be that one word? It's probably repetitive to what you said today.
Individuals, not segment, but individuals.
It's great to know, individuals. From the data side, Laura, what would you say on that?
You're on mute.
Oh.
Thank you. And I told myself, don't do that. I said, I'm going to use 2 words, and it's consumer consent.
Consumer consent. That's great. And Megan, as you start, obviously you're going on this journey and becoming an expert in terms of connecting audiences with, consumers or audience profiles. What would you say?
I just talked about it. I would say integration.
Great. And last but not least, Lauren, on the investment side, what is the key here? Well, really, what is it?
Yeah, I think we've talked about a lot, but really that optimization.
Getting to the place where optimization is key. and evolving much like Universal, where everything is optimized from an audience standpoint. It's great. Well, collaboration and working relationships, critical extension to the success. You guys said that. Laura, you're passionate about it. You and I have spoken that in the past, but individuals, consumer, investment, optimization, that's what we got out of this. Ethan, Lynn, Laura, Lauren, Megan, thank you so much. I have to say it, but it's safe to say that we're all looking forward to what's on the horizon.
Thank you very much for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Well played, Joe. What's on the horizon? That was a really great panel. It's always amazing to see a brand and an agency working together as well as Horizon and Hershey do. Frankly, it's refreshing to see a relationship where they are obviously communicating, where they're sharing data, where they trust one another. I think that is really the goal that we're all after, and what we're trying to accomplish. So now pivoting, we're moving from a large group to I guess what I'll call a fireside chat. We've got Steve St. Germain from Jeep at Stellantis, and we've got Jennifer Smith from Ampersand, head of automotive partnerships, and my good friend, to have a conversation about an audience first and cross-tier approach. I think we're calling this changing lanes, if I'm not mistaken. I will kick it to you, Jen.
Great, thanks. Hi, everyone. The conversations have been great so far. I'm Jen Smith. I'm the head of automotive partnerships here at Ampersand. In my role, I get to work with fantastic clients at the OEM level as well as the agency level. And I really love to help them connect the TV landscape from a planning and a measurement across all the tiers. So I'm excited to introduce to you today one of all of our mutual friends, Steve St. Germain, as part of today's panel discussion, focusing on that amazing title Ethan just said, Changing Lanes, an audience first and a cross-tier approach. I've crossed paths with Steve over the last few years of various roles of his. I'm going to let him do the talking, but as you'll see, he's very energetic and knowledgeable on the subject of all things media. So with that, Steve, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, Jen. Thanks, Ethan, for the quick intro. It's good to be here. So I want to thank Brand Innovators for having me. And a little bit about my background. Been working in automotive marketing for about 12 years. Spent a good 9 or so years at the agency side, coming up on my 3rd year here at Stellantis. I've worked on Alfa Romeo, Dodge, and now Jeep here at Stellantis. In my prior lives, I've worked on, Lincoln Motor Company, Ford Motor Company, and a few of our other competitors. So, my area of expertise has always been media, whether it's social media, traditional, or digital. So this is, generally the lens that I like to look at things through. And it's been, the landscape has changed a lot in those 10 or 12 years that even I've been working on it. And it's just an exciting field. And here we are in 2022, and the landscape is, changing every day, every month. And it's just, it's fun to hop on and talk about it a little bit.
As I'm muted. Before we get into all things Stellantis, Steve, why don't we chat a little bit about landscape of our lives that is not involving our work? You and I were chatting about having 3-year-olds, and on our side hobbies, mine involves traveling with them or without them. But when I'm with them, we tend to go do all things Disney or characters. And Steve was joking that his hobby is a little different than mine. So Steve, go ahead and talk about what you do in your spare time besides media.
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot. I'm fairly active in rock climbing and running and different things like that. Try to stay physically active, right? You have to, it's mind body balance. But and then try to flex my creative muscle a little bit. I do sort of as a hobby, I do some amateur photography. Picked up drone piloting a few years back just to sort of advance that hobby and have a lot of fun with it. So I like to think I have a little bit of a creative side, and yes, we both have 3-year-olds, so we're both running around in our evenings and we did a party for my 3-year-old yesterday. That was a lot of fun too. So thanks for mentioning that.
For sure. Well, why don't we get into the landscaping of our jobs? So I'll let you go ahead and talk a little bit about where Stellantis is these days and give an update, and we can really dive into our discussion today.
Yeah, for sure. So as I mentioned, it's 2022. We're basically living in the future, but Jeep is still a big leader in the SUV market, right? From small Jeeps like Renegade and Gladiator and Compass, all the way up to our iconic Wrangler that most people know us for, but all the way up to the large SUVs like our all new Grand Cherokee L 3-row, and then our recent introduction of the Wagoneer and Grand Wagoneer. So, Jeep obviously has this go anywhere mentality. And we spend a lot of time making sure that when we show up, we do so with the right messaging, that we're telling this Jeep story as authentically as possible. And, we looked at, the market and all the different segments that we play in. And we're a core SUV brand, but the one place that we're able to expand is in the large SUV market. Right. So we have this amazing foundation we've built on for over 80 years of 4x4 and off-road leadership. And, what better place than the large SUV market to reintroduce the Wagoneer name. And so we're doing so in a really special way. And it's a different type of category. It's more luxury based. And the detail that has went into the design of the
Jen, I think you might be by yourself now.
Oh, did we lose Steve? I wasn't sure if it was my internet connection here or
No,
Steve's.
I think we might have lost Steve for a moment. So I thought I would come in and say hello so you weren't alone.
Yeah, no, I'm happy. I was just listening to Wagoneer. I think some of us may recall the Wagoneers of the 80s. And so I'm really excited to see that Wagoneer's back with a much more sophisticated and large SUV entry into the category. I think if you've seen any of them, they're amazingly beautiful vehicles. So I'm hopeful Steve can share a little more insight as to what they're doing. Some of the things that he and I have chatted about are how is the Wagoneer elevating the brand experience, and how is it elevating the dealer's experience with the customer? As we get into the panel and talk about cross-tier, you're going to see how they've taken a unique approach to their cross-tier measurement and support for targeting customers interested in Wagoneer and all things Jeep. So he's got some interesting things to say. Hopefully he joins back in a minute. But Ethan, I don't know if you want to talk about anything we've sort of prepped for the panel, or we should just wait for Steve another minute or two.
No, we can wait for Steve another minute or two. I'm sure he'll jump back in. I am a Jeep owner myself, so
Nice.
I was actually looking at a Wagoneer, perhaps a little too nice for me. I've got 3 kids,
Right.
and those kids they tear up my Grand Cherokee. So I think a Grand Cherokee L might be what I'm looking at the next time I need to go bigger.
Yeah, well, and you're going to hear how they're changing some of the dealer experiences on how you go about purchasing your next vehicle as it relates to Jeep and being a little more direct to consumer. There's some pretty interesting things sort of happening. Steve said he will be back in 1 minute. His computer just crashed, so hopefully that minute is now up. So I'm working through the AV issues that poor Steve has come up with.
There is no way to predict what will befall us in the virtual environment. We appreciate everybody kind of hanging in with us as we tap dance our way around this. It is very much appreciated.
Yeah, I think that the work from home challenges are there's so many benefits to working from home, and then there's so many challenges and things that could go wrong.
Yes, absolutely. Well, if you believe our background, we all look like we're working from some kind of blob type of room today. So yes, there's no telling what's going to happen.
Yeah.
This is live TV here. And Tom Dempsey, I appreciate the support from the chat, my friend. It's good to hear from you. All right. Oh, thank you, Davina. That would be something we'd love to talk about, Jen.
Sure. Yeah, so I think one of the questions that Davina posed to us is just how are we working within the auto category right now? And one of the things, and you'll see the theme on this panel is cross-tier. One of the pieces we're working is really to help our customers connect some of the dots across tiers. Not only does Ampersand have an amazing addressable TV offering, and we work with a lot of you on the line, we also have our core business of our local linear product. And so one of the things I'm really trying to do with my team is connect some of those dots. Now, those dots the OEM advertiser usually cares about some of those. So Steve, I don't want to steal too much of his thunder, but one of the things he's really going to be talking about today is how do you bridge some of that gap together? How do you bridge the national TV buying with what's happening on local? And so we're able to do more measurement than ever before, and we're able to show lift in sales in between the tier 1 and the tier 2 world. So hopefully Steve will be able to elaborate a little bit more on cross-tier advertising and some of the work we've been doing together. But with that, looks like Steve is back. So I will stop tap dancing.
I will
let Steve take over.
I will bid you adieu.
Oh man, sorry about that. I lost my connection. I'm fully back. And Jen, I was doing my intro, but let's pick up wherever you see fit. I know.
You were talking about Wagoneer, and we were just kind of going. So I think we've all chatted through Wagoneer. I've given a little more about your perspective. So why don't you get into some of what's happening in the global perspective, and then we can really talk about some of the custom content that's coming. I did tease some of our cross-tier reasons we are doing this panel. So I think the group's excited to get into it based on some of the things I've teased.
Okay, excellent. So we're back. Anyways, let's talk about like the global automotive industry. I talked a little bit about Jeep, a little bit about Wagoneer, but this industry that we're within is experiencing major disruption, right? I don't have to tell you guys that, but it's clear like there's more disruption that's on the way. And, I feel like Jeep is in a pretty good position here. We had the foresight back in 2019 to merge two, global companies together. That was PSA Group and FCA Group. We're now the 4th largest automaker in the world, 14 brands under our belt. But with that comes renewed technology, a renewed vision, a new roadmap. And a big part of that disruption is EV. Right. So Jeep has a great EV story to tell, and I'm proud to tell it. 4xe is the moniker that we use for our battery powered drivetrains. In 2020, we first announced that we were going to electrify the iconic Wrangler. We've done so. It began going on sale last year. It quickly became the #1 best-selling hybrid EV in the United States. Still is. It makes up about 18% of all Wrangler sales. So we're really proud of that. And then last year, we also announced that we're bringing that same 4xe hybrid technology to the Jeep Grand Cherokee. And we revealed that last year. We just brought it to New York Auto Show. So we're just coming off of that. You're going to start to see that actually on sale and on the roads this summer. Beyond that, we've also already announced a fully all-electric BEV, all new Jeep for 2023. So that'll go on sale next year. And we're also electrifying our entire lineup. So I don't think that this would have been possible without, the foresight of merging two incredible companies together, coming up with new platforms and new ways to approach. That's from an industry perspective. We're here with our marketing hats on, with our media hats on. So in terms of our marketing approach, Jen, if you don't mind, I'll just talk a little bit about this and then you can get me into the nitty gritty, right? But in terms of a marketing approach, you're going to see us show up all across the marketplace in some culture's biggest moments. We just finished up a March Madness program with spots during the Final Four and the championship game, as well as the digital simulcast. You saw us at the Academy Awards with a spot that we love. It's called Earth Odyssey, and it's a playoff of Stanley Kubrick's classic film 2021 Space Odyssey. We're still a legacy sponsor of X Games. We've done that for over 10 years now. We're executing custom content programs, vehicle integrations. We do a ton of performance marketing. So you name it, we're looking into it. And I will say, besides this, in the last 3 years, things have gotten really interesting when it comes to data, audiences, programmatic activations, and we have some new thinking on this, right? So we took a step back and said, this purchase funnel that we've been using and that a lot of people use is a little bit antiquated, and that's how we're looking at our media strategy. And it's less about the actual channel and more just about the person that we're trying to reach and the message that we show up with, right? So COVID has accelerated a lot of this thinking around customer journeys, and they're incredibly complex, and essentially we've built like activation strategies to match them, and we're slowly sort of evolving away from this antiquated funnel into a much more sophisticated way to reach people.
Yeah, I think that's so interesting, and I love all the brand alignment that you do with X Games and the things you mentioned. As we talk really about the customer journey today and that funnel sort of going away, I think all of our behaviors as consumers has changed, especially over the last 3 years. And when you dropped, Ethan and I were talking a little bit about the customer journey as he's a Jeep owner. How is that going to change potentially someday at the dealership? So before we get to the dealer piece, let's really talk about how do you reach the right consumer at the right time, and how is the funnel not necessarily a funnel any longer?
Yeah. Exactly. This is actually some of the most exciting work I think that we're doing. A lot of it's spurred from thinking that's been done by our agency of record or media agency of record, Publicis Collective. So shout out to them if any of them are watching. But so I mentioned the funnel, and I think we all know how that sort of looks on paper, right? You have awareness at the top, consideration in the middle, and purchase intent at the very bottom. The goal of marketers generally to get people into the funnel and get it through the funnel so they can purchase and convert. What we're finding is like a lot of the purchasing power, domestically within the United States is shifting to millennials, Gen Z, and it doesn't make sense to necessarily build a plan around the old funnel. And it's not as linear as we once thought, right? It's more cyclical. So I'll give you an example. Like, we used to imagine that someone would see an ad on TV, might spur them to, do a search and land on our site, and then eventually make it into a dealership where our sales guys would like close the sale. And, we know that happens and that model still exists, but it's not the most common way that, someone purchases a vehicle. So a lot of this decisioning is happening in a totally different fashion, right? Where someone may never land on our brand website before buying one of our vehicles, right? They're going from like point A to D and skipping B and C. So they've watched enough YouTube reviews or they've talked to enough friends that they've figured out that this vehicle is for them. And that's fantastic. And we fully support that. So aside from that sort of method, there are, we do still put a lot of support into our online experiences. And there's plenty of people that do land on our site. So we have the build and price tools and some different shopping tools for them. A lot of people we find that do hit our site, visit it many, many times. The people that hit the site, when they're close to purchase, they are expecting, and this is the expectation of consumers today, a modern retail experience, right? This is the generation of Amazon and one-click buying. So as automakers with, a large dealership network and, a different sort of model, we have to be thinking about how we, adapt and close the loop with some of these consumers.
Yeah, I think that's so interesting. We titled this panel on purpose, an audience first and a cross-tier approach for a reason, right? I think that what you just mentioned is so important. How does that cross-tier approach, where you mentioned the dealer visits look different than maybe they have or they will in the future? How do you handle that from a media perspective? If you're looking at the journey holistically, and then how does that happen when traditionally we've had tier 1 and tier 2 advertising? How does that change on your side of the house?
Yeah. So the sort of tiered advertising, it works like this, right? You have tier 1, which is your blanket Jeep branding at the very top. Your tier 2 is specifically put there more on a regional or local level to tell you that we have a great deal and, Jeep has great offers out there. And then tier 3 is generally at the dealer level where they're literally telling you to come on down and that they've got it in stock, right? So that's sort of the tiered model. We looked at this model and said, is anyone out there actually going to know, where, if you see Jeep out in the marketplace, are you going to know, which tier that came from or who bought it? Or do you even care, Okay, so the answer is no. No one will care. What they do know is if it's something that they like or it's something that they're interested in. So this basically, takes the onus on us as the marketer to do the creative thinking with right message, right time, right? So we combine these strategies that were once completely separate, organizationally siloed, and we put them all through the same team. And it's truly a tierless approach. And, we're finding this has a ton of different advantages. Number one, agility. So we can pivot when we identify an opportunity or a threat. It's all under one roof. We don't have to transfer budgets or get corporate approval from coming from one tier to another, right? There's more fluidity. There's speed to market. So when we pair this with digital tactics or CTV, we can turn markets on or off and get them running in just a matter of days. So this allows us to essentially look at our national plan. Perhaps it's our linear that we bought up front. We're able to use more strategically to sort of plug the holes or help complement places within our national plan. And we use this all the time. So if we find that if there's a specific DMA or a region that has low inventory for whatever reason, perhaps they oversold, it doesn't make sense for us to be on in such high levels in places with messaging for a nameplate that literally doesn't have the stock, right? So with this method, we can move it to different markets, or perhaps we, if it's inventory that we're not able to move, we keep that weight, we push it to a different nameplate, that one that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that makes total sense as you have more flexibility and agility. And I think as you're about those methods, and I think coordination is another big piece of it that I think you want to cover. And as we talk about coordination and consistency and consolidation, even though the tiers are planned more holistically now, how do you still work through each tier having its own strategy, right? Like you said, tier one is the mass reach, and tier two is more of the offers, tier three. So how do you look at those audience pieces across, as well as coordinate them so that they all make sense at the same time?
Yeah, no problem. I mean, there's definitely a lot that's differentiated between more of our awareness messaging and our lower, I'll call it lower funnel, right? But it's our more of our local messaging or sales direct messaging. But there's also a lot of consistencies. So for example, we have a ton of audience suppression in both approaches. This makes sure that we're not reaching anyone who just bought a Jeep. That wouldn't make sense. Or extreme loyalists of other brands, or like in the case of Grand Wagoneer, it's a higher price point. So we don't want to be reaching anyone that either doesn't have the means or even the interest in purchasing something we'd consider a luxury vehicle. So we're refining suppression a lot, and that's a big factor into it. And there's tons of efficiencies that we carry over even on the strategy side. So I mean, ultimately, we just want to make sure, number one, that the person is actually in market, and meaning that they want to buy an SUV. That number two, that the person has the ability or the means to purchase it. And then number three, just show up with creative that we feel that speaks to them. So, we use plenty of combinations of first-party data, and we have our own first-party data. We segment it. We create lookalikes off of it. We do suppression off of it if it's current owners. We also leverage Epsilon People Cloud, which is proprietary to our AOR Publicis Collective. That should come as no surprise. And then we also work with a handful of third parties when we're not able to get something within our own proprietary, data stack. So, I mean, to answer your question, like without giving too much away, the best way that I can, explain our approach here, or tierless strategy in an activation sense, is that we're just generally more stricter and more precise with our sales messaging. And it's where we're willing to pay more of a premium for inventory, or where we can focus more on things like addressability, targeted CTV, programmatic video. And these are some of our most important activations in our entire plan. It's also where we have our most focus and where we're doing most of our testing.
Yeah, that's really interesting. As you are talking through some of those video challenges or video efficiencies that are gained, how do you navigate some of the waters of the changing landscape? You just measured a few, addressable, targeted CTV, programmatic. None of those things are new, but how do you balance all of them? And how do you navigate those waters of the changing landscape that there's more opportunity for you than ever before to reach your customer, and it's harder? And so how do you guys navigate some of these crazy times? Did we lose Steve again, or am I?
I think we lost him again.
All right.
This is a tough one. There's no two ways about it. Yes. Well, why don't you finish up your thoughts on what
Sure.
Ampersand is doing?
Sure. I was just there is a question, so I was just going to read it. Just give me a sec to read it, so maybe I can answer it in lieu of Steve not being here. I think we'll let Steve answer some of the creative questions that come up. So I think, as we were talking about how Ampersand works within our automotive customers, we are really trying to connect some of these dots. And as you heard Steve saying, that with a tierless strategy, they're able to be more nimble. And so things that Ampersand personally provides them or can is sales matchback data across tiers and really understanding how the addressable media impacts the sales when paired with local. We've done some testing of this across the OEM environment, and we've seen that things like addressable and local work really well together. It's not surprising, but putting some of those numbers behind it is really helpful for our customers. And so our team is really focused on building some of those automotive partnerships within Ampersand and beyond, and really helping our customers understand what their linear TV buys get them and where we can continue to evolve. Another area that Steve and I talked about was multicultural, and how our auto advertisers helping and handling the challenges that face with delivering messages to the right audience within the multicultural environment. Steve was telling me how they did some studies in the LA market, and a lot of the customers there are Spanish speaking. So he and I are working through some of the strategies around, while there's a lot of planning that goes into the multicultural deployment, how do we, while we can't necessarily target some of those customers because of the data regulations in place, how can we potentially measure on the back end? So we're working with our teams across the country to be able to offer some more diversification or diversity metrics after a campaign has ended of the right audience being hit. Kind of going along what Steve was saying, making sure that the right audience is being targeted at the right time. So from the Ampersand Auto perspective, we're doing a lot of that right now, and working with partners like Steve and other brands to help bring some of that to life. Are there any other questions I can answer around that? I could talk all day, but I want to make sure that while Steve is in between computers crashing, I can add any color that may need to be added.
I think he's
looks
back.
like he's back.
All right.
Steve,
Again. Wow. All right. I'm back. Sorry, Jen.
Yeah, no worries. I feel bad that you have all these. We've had a lot of calls that have had no tech issues. So I'm sorry that you're experiencing this. What we talked about when you dropped was just how, as we work through the cross funnel together, what things we can do. So I think it's still applicable for you to talk about some of the changes that are occurring in the landscape right now, the other opportunities to hit customers. So continue there. And then we did cover a little bit of multicultural. So if time permits, we'll cover that again, but go ahead with the changing landscape.
All right, you got it. Hopefully I won't cut out this time, but no, yeah, the video landscape is wild. Video landscape has changed dramatically. I mean, even in the last 5 years, in the last couple of years, we've seen how many new streaming services launch on the short form side of video, right? We have like these portrait formats. You have TikTok, Instagram Reels, Stories. YouTube has a product now, and it's an incredibly complex landscape. We've never had as many choices and never had as much access to content as we have like we do today. So there has to be some sort of magic in this delivery, right? So it's similar to the tier, like people don't care who, which tier of the business like bought the ad. Also, consumers don't, really care like how the ad got there, right? So it's just up to us, to figure out how to get it in front of the consumer at the right time. So we do this in a bunch of different ways, like Part of it is efficiency. So when we're buying across, this requires us to buy across a lot of different inventory sources and making sure that we're, covering off on all these different networks. We don't want to have any blind spots. So there's a lot of things that, that our agency helps with in terms of efficiencies. A lot of this stuff is bought upfront, like when you're talking AVOD, AVOD networks and CTV and linear. And then you can also have the scatter market. So we'll purchase sometimes on a quarterly basis. But what sort of helped in this way, right, when we're looking at like all the different places to be within video, there's like not only like our own merger, right? There's a ton of like mergers and consolidation that are happening within the media landscape as well. So XM and Sirius, combined to be like the one place to go for satellite radio. Verizon purchased Yahoo not long ago. AT&T scooped up Time Warner scooping up Discovery, and so on and so on. So there may be a lot of fragmentation, but there's a good amount of consolidation at the top that can make sometimes buying a little bit easier. And actually, in the case of Ampersand, you guys help us out with this quite a bit too, just because you have hooks into so many different sources.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to mention that. I think that's really important that, consolidation is great, and it's also challenging. Is my internet freezing too now? It seems like the panel is having a lot of AV issues, but yeah, you're right. What about emerging in the future of video as things kind of, I know this is one of the topics you really love to chat about, but as the future of video is changing, like you mentioned, where are we? How do we evolve from that? And then how do you as Stellantis help and Jeep figure that out?
Yeah, I mean, when we're talking media overall, you're right, Jen. I do love talking about this topic, right? Like, 10 years ago, emerging media meant mobile tablet. And, then came a ton of video and digital video. And, generally media follows hardware, right? So there's a ton of innovation happening around hardware right now. With hardware comes new software. With software comes media experiences, right? So we're looking really closely at the, VR and what's happening with Facebook/Meta, and also AR. We know that Apple is looking to get into that space. So what type of media implications does that have? I mean, you can have, we could be looking at 360-degree video formats, so shooting with like a 360 camera array. We could be talking spatial audio or 3D models that people can interact with. If we're talking metaverse, you can imagine what an immersive drive experience might look like, or what even like walking around a showroom might be, or having Stellantis or Jeep show up in sort of a gamified way, right? So that's not even touching on like blockchain and NFTs and all that fun stuff that does sort of have media implications. So best we can do, short of testing in this space, is just to stay really informed and to educate ourselves and to watch what other folks are doing, right, for case studies and best practices.
Yeah, and for anyone on the line, Steve is very passionate about all these things. So feel free to outreach to him as he's up and coming in all the futuristic way video and advertising evolves. Shifting gears a little bit, while you were off, we talked about some multicultural, and one of the stats you shared with me was that in LA, you found that Spanish speakers were in LA, that more with more penetration that you had expected. Could you talk a little bit about your multicultural outreach in general? What I had mentioned when you were gone was that some of the things Ampersand is working on are back-end measurement, but talk about the front-end planning and how you might mention millennials, but let's talk about how multicultural fits into your overall plan as well.
Yeah, for sure. So we look at multicultural in a few different ways. Like, first off, we have a really excellent team built here at Stellantis that's entire focus is on multicultural, and they help us understand how we can think about the different audiences and all the different media placements and things we can do there, right? So we're working with them. We're developing custom content for both Hispanic, and that means like Spanish language, as well as African-American tailored creative and partnerships and custom content, for those audiences. One stat that I actually have written down here that I thought was interesting was that like year over year for our Grand Cherokee, our Hispanic audiences have grown and grown and grown and grown for 10 years straight. Whereas when we look back in 10 years, the amount of Hispanic Americans that are purchasing Grand Cherokee has tripled. So it's not something that, I mean, even like from a business sense, these are audiences that we need to be thinking about. And then we obviously just want to make sure that we're sensitive and that we're coming at them in the right way, like culturally. So another example of this, like within African-American audiences, we just partnered with The Griot, which is an African-American news site. They're part of Allen Media Group. We're also promoting groups like one of my favorite, the Black Jeepers of Detroit. And we featured them on our Instagram page and gave them some love because they do meetups all over the city. We're running across Univision and ESPN Deportes from a national and even a local level. And I mentioned this stuff and we talk about the tier list strategy, but we're utilizing, this across the spectrum in the same way. It's we're not putting it in a corner or just doing it to check a box. It's, it's amazing how much diversity there is, not only within the US, but also among Jeep owners and within our own community. So we're constantly thinking about it.
Great. Well, we have about 10 minutes left. I want to open it up to any Q&A. If anybody has a question, please feel free to put it in the chat pod. Steve, one that came over while you were gone was when you started teasing the world of online shopping, and then Ethan came in and said that he's expanding and potentially looking at a Wagoneer. How has that process and how does your messaging change as the go-to-market? I kind of ad-libbed there a little bit. The specific question was, how does your messaging change in the world of online shopping? So if you want to take that.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, this one's huge. Like I mentioned, different audiences, like especially younger audiences, they're the generation of Amazon and one-click buy. And it's an interesting insight. Not a lot of good came out of COVID, right? But we actually had an online retail experience, our ORE, as we called it internally, that launched shortly after all of our dealerships shut down. So we had to pivot real quick, and we essentially became an online retailer overnight. We call this experience eShop. It's out there right now. It's our online shopping hub, and you'll see us do a lot more in this space for obvious reasons. But there's also a lot of challenges with this. Like from a consumer perspective, you're essentially like simplifying the process. On the back end, on the measurement side, I mean, we're beginning to look at measures that like digital retailers have looked at for years, things like cart abandonment, right? And eShop brings like this whole new suite of net new metrics that we have that we can evaluate along with our brand site and tying them back to conversion to sales and all those sorts of things. So it's actually an exciting angle in terms of like retail and buying online that we're just starting to explore. So it's pretty cool.
Sure. Great. One question that came in, Steve, about multicultural, and you and I did talk about this in our many conversations, was do you separate the Spanish dominant versus the bicultural consumers when targeting and placing media with your creative? So elaborate a little bit on how the creative is handled as it relates to multicultural.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is sort of yes or no. In digital, definitely yes. We're doing a lot more in terms of targeting. So, like, we wouldn't want someone who doesn't speak Spanish to see our Spanish transcoded ad, obviously. But like in markets like Miami per se, if there are specific regions where we're doing some more spot buying, we can look at the population, see that the majority of them are Hispanic or Latino, and we're able to serve our Spanish language to that population because the majority of them are Spanish dominant speaking. So it depends on the channel, but yes.
Okay, great. Let's see here. We've talked a lot about audience as it relates to the title of our panel, Cross Screen and Audience. But one of the questions was, how do you find the audience? And then how do you build brand awareness and loyalty?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different ways out there. I mean, digital, as we sort of talked about, is pretty sophisticated in terms of loyalty, and you mentioned awareness. I mean, there's a ton that we do in this space. We still, purchase a lot of linear TV up front. We still participate in that process, and as you can see, if you ever tune in to broadcast or cable TV, we have pretty healthy schedules. So that definitely helps with general awareness. We do a lot in CTV as well on the awareness side. And, generally when we're showing up with those types of strategies, we're doing more about pushing like our broad messages and basically what's Jeep up to. So those are things like the Wagoneer launch that I mentioned, or the electrification of our lineup. We also, this year we launched some pretty cool out-of-home placements. So we selected about 10 different DMAs. You'll see them up across walls from New York to LA to Dallas. We've got some in Detroit. Those have been really fun. So you'll be able to see a Wagoneer on a huge wallscape, and those will help with awareness. And in terms of loyalty as well, I mean, we're still really heavily involved in events like Easter Jeep Safari, which we just kicked off a couple of weeks ago in Moab, Utah. And we look to support like as many organic Jeep meetups as we can. So we keep current owners engaged and loving the products as much as we do.
That's great. Okay, last question. I think it's a good one. What are you most excited about as we head into the rest of the year?
I'm excited for like warm weather here in Detroit. It's been pretty rough. But no, I'm just excited I'm actually excited to see what a lot of competitors are up to. We're at sort of it's an early stage in the game, but it's also, there's a lot of EVs that are maturing, right? So there's announcements all the time. If you read some of the automotive trades, I mean, they're on fire. There's never been announcements like there has been before. And we're finding a lot of consolidation. We're not all going to make it. I hate to say that, but the automotive industry is an incredibly crowded space, right? And you can imagine that not all the OEMs will have the ability to electrify and to find their way. So there'll probably be a lot of consolidation. I'm just really curious how a lot of this stuff shakes out. The best we can do is, put our heads down, do the best work that we can, and try to reach people in the right ways. I like to think that we're doing a good job with that. So I'm a big reader of news, and I'm just excited about, I'd say, the auto industry in general. And then obviously the evolution of our own industry, right? We're moving away from cookies and multi-touch attribution, and we're just getting smarter and smarter. So, I'd say that'd be it.
Great. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate all of the time and learning more about your cross-tier strategy and your audience strategy as it relates to all things video and beyond. With that, I'll turn it over to Ethan if there's any last minute questions, or if we're going to turn it over to the next group.
Steve, my thanks for you joining us today. Also, just as a focus group of one, kudos. I've got a Grand Cherokee lease that's coming up before too long, and I've been getting a lot of Wagoneer messages, which is pretty much exactly what I'm thinking about, except it might just be a little too nice for my kids. If you saw the inside of my Grand Cherokee, you might not want me messing up your beautiful new Wagoneer quite like that. But someone's doing a good job getting the message where it needs to be.
I love it. It's the first product we have with Amazon Fire in the rear passenger seat. So depending on their age, they might get a kick out of it.
I think they definitely would. That's
my kids too. Can't wait.
I'm always looking for something to keep them occupied. So that's another check in its column.
That's great to hear. Hey, Ethan, reach out if you need anything.
Awesome. I appreciate that very much. Thanks for joining us, Steve and Jen.
Thanks, Steve.
Really well done. Thank you so very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye. All right. We are going to pivot to our next panel now. This panel is about clean rooms, data collaboration, clean rooms in the 2022 upfront. It's led by my friend Davina Kent, who is our Senior Vice President of Client Partnerships and Sales here at Ampersand. She'll be joined by Christine Gramier from LiveRamp, Joe Keating from Hill's Pet Nutrition, Dean McCormick from Snowflake, and our very own Justin Rosen, who you all saw earlier this afternoon. Justin is now back to join this panel. So Davina, with that, I kick it over to you.
Thanks, Ethan. Hi, everyone. So happy to be here today. I'm excited to moderate today's conversation on the importance of data collaboration to succeed in today's multi-screen landscape. Data collaboration is a very important strategy for Ampersand to truly move TV forward. We're enabling clients like Hills Pet Care, who's going to join us today, with rich insights from the largest TV footprint in the industry to optimize their TV investment. I think today we heard a lot of the speakers talking about targeting and measurement, but to really make that a reality and easier for everyone, data collaboration is essential. So our goal with today's session is to go deeper on the subject, and I'm joined by a lot of experts in the industry, as well as Joe from Hills, who's one of our important client partners. So and I think the saying goes, when data collaboration really happens, that's where the magic happens, right, Joe? I'm quoting you. So really quick, so Christine's joining us from LiveRamp, heading up solutions at LiveRamp. And then we have Dean joining us from Snowflake, heading up solutions at Snowflake on a global scale. And then, of course, Justin from Ampersand, and then Joe, who is really leading the way and a great example, I think, that a lot of brands today can learn from on how he's approaching his data architecture and collaboration. So with that, I thought it would be best to start out with, we talked about data collaboration, but we also talked about clean rooms. You're seeing all this press on clean rooms, especially leading into the upfront and people launching clean rooms. So before we start, Dean, would you be nice enough to kind of talk about how we define what is a clean room first, and what do we mean by a clean room and what it does for us?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll try to answer that without taking the entire call, with our entire time. Sure. So a data clean room, a 30-second definition, I guess, it's a secure environment where first party, second party, and even licensed third party data can be matched and anonymized and made available in different ways to multiple parties that need to analyze that data and generate reports without any of those parties' PII or graphs being exposed to the other parties in the process. So I think that's probably a best 30-second definition I can come up with for the clean room. There are, I would say, several types of data clean rooms. I can just mention a few. There are walled garden clean rooms, which I think nearly everyone in this audience is probably familiar, like Google Ads Data Hub, Facebook, Amazon, Marketing Cloud, so forth. Then there are third-party sort of collaborative environments like, let's say, LiveRamp Safe Haven. And maybe Christine will maybe talk later about what LiveRamp's partnership with Snowflake and the LiveRamp products that are being integrated with Snowflake. And then a third sort of category of clean room is clean rooms built on top of cloud data warehouses, data sharing technology like Snowflake. Whereas with conventional approaches to data clean rooms, where data from the different parties has to be moved to a third party neutral parties environment maintained by that party in that environment in order to be joined and analyzed with Snowflake's technology. Multiple parties can securely match and analyze on live data, generate aggregate results, all without any of that data leaving the parties' Snowflake accounts, without PII or their online graphs being leaving their accounts or being exposed to the other parties. And with Snowflake, that can be done across Snowflake is multi-cloud, so that can be done with the parties' data sitting on AWS, Azure, or Google. And then I would just say, from a marketer's perspective, what we're seeing in terms of varieties of data clean rooms, over the past year, we've seen a lot of progress and activity with publishers setting up their own clean rooms. So like NBCU, Disney, and last week Roku announced a clean room that they've built on Snowflake, and then inviting marketers to participate in those publisher clean rooms. And now going forward, this year, what we're seeing is a lot of activity with marketers setting up their clean rooms, where marketers determine the rules and restrictions for how multiple partners, media channels, and data providers will interact with their clean rooms, and enabling like use cases like marketers being able to access multiple exposure data from multiple publishers and dedupe across that. And that can only be done with a marketer having their own sort of clean room. So anyway, I think hopefully that's a good 2-minute or 3-minute drill.
Yeah, I mean, because it could be obviously for our audience, not everyone's probably in a different realm of the spectrum of tech savviness. But I think in a nutshell, a clean room is kind of a tech solution that allows multiple data sets to be shared in a privacy compliant way, right? But what is super important is, what are the use cases of that? Like, what does that do for agencies? What does that do for marketers? And so Joe, that's why we have Joe on the panel, because he's the one that's actually got to actually make sense of all of that tech that's underlaying all of the data assets that you're pulling together. And, so maybe Joe, can you talk, you've been on a journey now with us. Can you talk, and you're on the forefront of this, Hills, people may not know, Hills is one of fastest growing, pet care brands within the Colgate Palmolive umbrella. And you're even a first mover within your own organization. So can you talk about maybe your vision, your lessons learned, what can marketers kind of learn from you? And I think also maybe touching on the data sources that you are, without giving too much away, data sources that you're working with as well.
Sure. So I think everyone's noticed that the pet category is really on fire right now. There was already strong trends of pets becoming more important to people pre the pandemic. The pandemic has just accelerated those trends. And, I think that's set to continue. Pet ownership is, and I know that there's a lot of pet parents on the panel, but it really is quite a special thing to people. Your dog is going to be the one person that you see in a day that's never going to get mad at you, or you're always got the best relationship. Cats probably a bit different, but anyway. But yeah, I mean, the pet category is now a $123 billion category in the US, and just slightly less than half of that is pet food. Our challenge is we've had a great year. We grew sales over 20% in the past year. Now the challenge that we've got is to keep growing. We know that if we can put our media in front of households that aren't aware of us, then we can convert those households and we get very loyal clients. Really the strategy for us is how do we make that work with our media? So, I would say that there's kind of 3 groups of data that we look for. Media impressions, obviously. Ideally, we want to tie those back to transactions so that we can do the measurement. The third element for us, and where you use the phrase where the magic happens, is how do we build for targeting? So we're looking at data sources, some of which we get ourselves, some of which we access through LiveRamp, of how do we get a signal? Is there someone buying a competitive product in a different channel? Other things that we're working on is someone just being to the vet. That's a really key time for us. So, we're putting a lot together to really use for combined purposes, the actual targeting, but also the measurement. My team is much more responsible for the measurement side of it, but I know our marketing teams are really excited about the prospects for growth and how do we keep our growth continuing.
I think one of the use cases too, and just to tie it back to, Justin opened today talking about the importance of measuring all TV and some of the work that we're doing. But that to me is one of the things at the heart of what you're doing as well, right? Joe is trying to understand your ROI or ROAS. for both streaming TV, addressable TV, national TV, whatever TV that your media teams are investing in, understanding how that all works together, right? And drives ROI?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, cross-screen attribution has been a dream over the past several years. And it's, you know, I think one of the constant themes today is that world is getting more and more complicated, you know, and what we were really trying to achieve was something that we just don't get in the walled garden space of like, you're seeing this small fraction. We're trying to push it all together. And I think the other piece that we're learning is, you know, what are the jobs to be done from different platforms? You know, we're seeing some great progress with our live TV of like, how do you get in front of the people that aren't already looking for you? And so, you know, we're not there with a Super Bowl ad yet, but, you know, we have ambition. And I think, you know, understanding those jobs to be done and how different platforms perform is really our learning agenda for the next 2 to 3 years, is my guess.
Yeah, very cool. So Christine, you know, you work with both brands. Obviously Hills is one of your clients, but also with agencies. Do you want to share a little bit about like maybe the differences between the two use cases? Because I think, you know, we see there's been probably a lot more announcements about agencies than the brands. And so I think it's important to understand a little bit differences between those two.
Definitely. We haven't brought it up yet in this segment, so I probably will have to be the one that does it. I think that you know, right now in the market and in the discussions we're all having, there is the conversation of currency, which these clean room infrastructures can most definitely power the currency solution. The interesting thing about currency is that it needs to be more or less standard. There needs to be some continuity and some standards. And definitely we see agencies taking leadership there, you know, partnering with publishers and bringing brands along to do that. But then when you talk to the brands, a lot of the times what they're actually trying to do is to create a competitive advantage. So they actually want something that isn't the same as everybody else. The brands want to be able to partner and go the next level deep so that I would say there's kind of two big use cases evolving. One are the standards, like what are the standards we can drive off of clean room infrastructure? And then there is what is the creativity that we can drive off of the clean room structure. And I think the really interesting part about it is that each brand and agency combination sort of has a different appetite for which one of those is more important. What kind of skill set and staff they have ready to go after the different ends of the spectrum. So Joe and his team, as an example, they might have I'll let him tell his story more as we go, but they might have an appetite to really get to row level data across many different types of partners and go after it because they have a strong data science team, where there might be another partner at an agency who really just wants to find a way to have a standard CTV and linear currency to trade on by the time they get to the fall. So what we're finding is
audience, right? Yeah, like
exactly. And so the ends of the spectrum really are pretty huge right now. They're, you know, you can go anywhere between those two things when you sit down and you talk to a brand and agency about what they want to solve together. And I think that it's going to be complicated and it's going to be interesting to navigate for a couple of years. I don't think there's going to be a light switch where it's all solved here real quick. I think there's going to be time where we all get to evolve this together.
Yeah, and what about we talk about the maturity curve, because as us, you know, like I'm in the sales world, you know, you have Joe on this end of the spectrum, right, where he's really leading the charge and first mover, and he's got a vision that's really, you know, pretty solid. But you have other brands that are still trying to get their first party data together, or maybe don't have first party data and trying to figure out how to get that. And then you have, you know, and then I think the maturity curve also relates to how much the brand leans on the agency to help them versus doing it on their own. So can you talk a little bit about your vision on that too, Christine?
Definitely. And I think we see a place where everybody brings their piece of the puzzle to the table. So as a brand, I'm sure by now, almost every brand is at least taking those steps towards their own first party data infrastructures of some kind, whether it's just getting, name and address when someone authenticates on their email address, when someone authenticates on their website, or if they're much further down that journey. So it really is about everybody bringing the piece of the puzzle that they have to the table. So maybe a brand bringing the first party data they do have, maybe an agency has a much richer capability in their third party data they can bring to the table, or their skills, like the staff augmentation that they bring to the table. And then a publisher partner brings to the table their content. Quite honestly, we see the publisher partners or folks like Ampersand really starting to firm up what your offer is. And when you if everybody is open and flexible and kind of not sure what to bring to the table, it's kind of chaos. I think one thing that we see Ampersand doing that's really helpful is bringing clarity to this data collaboration table, which is like, here's what we have, here's how you can use it, and here's how we think you can advance forward. I think that's really helpful. Otherwise, it can be a little bit of a game of whack-a-mole where everybody is trying to figure out what assets they have to bring to the table.
Well, I think that has to do too with, I think Ampersand and Justin's team are experts on TV data, the linear TV data coming off the set-top box. And when you take that data set and combine it with the digital data sets, sometimes it's the first time some of these brands are doing that, and they need help kind of figuring that out. But I think on the maturity curve to add to is the kind of sophistication of attribution models, right? And right. So some want to just use canned off the shelf ones, and others want to customize them for specific to their category. Yeah. Joe, can you talk a little bit about, to me, that maturity curve also ties to your structure, right? At the brand, right? So the ones that are maybe on the higher end are investing in these in-house analytic teams, and maybe some earlier haven't gotten there yet. So can you talk about your structure and then how you work with the rest of even Colgate-Palmolive a little bit, and how maybe you put these insights into action?
Sure. I mean, just to build on Christine's comments about maturity, I think if we'd waited until we felt like the time was perfect, we would still be waiting. And I think as a brand, we just got to the point of, we kind of know what we want to do. It was more important to start than have a line of sight of where is this going to go for the next 3 years, because I think, it's very difficult for anyone to predict how the changes that are impacting the industry are going to affect things. So you asked a bit about the way that we're structured. My team is really embedded within the marketing group, and we try and work in a way that we're adding value. I think the risk sometimes with analytics groups is if you're too far removed from the business, it can become a little bit of an intellectual exercise. So we work very much to align on goals with the marketing group, and in conjunction with the agency. What are we trying to do? How are we going to impact the business this year? That really helps us structure our roadmap and our activity. Because I think, if you're not seen as useful to the people who are actually spending the money, then sometimes you're seen as why are we going to work with this group? I don't like the answers they give. It can sometimes be a kind of inconvenient truth when you're revealing insights about how people are actioning their media. So I think, staying really close to the brand teams is really important to us.
Yeah, well, I think too, I mean, Justin, we haven't heard from you yet, but I think we'd like to say, I mean, look, insights for the sake of insights, it isn't going to help anybody, right? They have to be actionable. And so Justin, can you talk a little bit about that, about actioning on the insights?
Yeah, I mean, look, I would build off that exact point. You don't generate a measurement program just to get the metrics. You want those insights because you need them to do your business better. And one of those ways might be to determine what your return was, right? It's some sort of outcome-based measurement to calculate ROI, but it may be because you want to run your next campaign better. So when we look at attribution, when we look at effectiveness measurement, we take the next step to also say, can you uncover retargetable audiences off of those outcomes? And it's why we believe so much, not just in having insights, not just having inventory, but having those two work together in a really direct way. So, no, I think that point is right on.
Yeah, well, and I think too, bringing in the insights from TV, from all TV, allows you to do that. But what's essential to that is we have the AND platform that allows you to actually action off of clean rooms using either building audiences from clean rooms and pushing them onto the AND platform to action, and then understanding your performance on the AND platform. So all of our clean room partners, both the client and the agency, have access to this platform, which I think is super important.
I like Joe's point too of not waiting, right? You know, I think this is something I said early on in the day as well. You know, the dealing with an ever increasingly fragmented world is very hard. And if you wait for that fragmentation to unfragment, you're going to be waiting a long time. Versus if you get going with what you can control and what you can work with, as there is greater collaboration and interoperability built back in, you'll be better equipped to take fuller advantage of that, given the foundation that you've put together from the beginning.
Yeah, yeah. No, well said. I think also the well, let's hear Christine and Dean. You guys, I think when we're talking about all of this, you guys have a partnership. Can you talk a little bit about, because you guys are, I would call you sort of competitors, but you're also partners. So can you talk a little bit about that, just, and then we can kind of tie it in with from the marketer side too.
It's a perfect piggyback from Justin, actually. Like, I was just gonna like to connect Justin. He set us up, I think, Dean, to articulate our partnership.
I think we should probably clarify that we're not really competitors. And then I'll let Christine talk about our partnership. But I mean, Snowflake provides the infrastructure for data collaboration, secure data collaboration, which can be used to build clean rooms and so forth. You know, we're a cloud data warehouse for over 7,000 companies that are using us across the enterprise for all sorts of things beyond marketing, right? And so we don't compete with LiveRamp or other parties in providing the products and services like measurement and so forth that LiveRamp provides. So we're just the infrastructure that sits on top of. So and then so Christine, if you want to talk a little bit about the partnership and what sits on top of that.
Definitely. So I think you almost have to go back to go forward a little bit, right? Which is the use cases that we just covered today. I think there was 3 majors, right? There was analytics. So let's overlap to analyze data. Let's segment data. So let's find the smartest audiences that we want, in partnership with other companies, and let's activate. And if you think about what LiveRamp does in partnership, really, I think as Snowflake evolved, we had to do it a little bit more on our own and a little bit more hosted, I would say, and kind of figure it out. As Snowflake has evolved, it's presented a great opportunity for us to do those same use cases, but more and more embedded on top of Snowflake. And that can be in a couple of ways. So we bring identity infrastructure to Snowflake. So that means that if you're a customer using Snowflake, you can bring your Ramp ID or your LiveRamp relationship into your Snowflake environment. That helps you get your data cleaned up and straight. It also helps you partner with other folks that are on Snowflake. So if you don't have an identity layer like LiveRamp in Snowflake, you're often left matching on hashed email to hashed email or trying to match just on IP or device IDs. So the beauty of bringing the LiveRamp identity to your Snowflake infrastructure is that you can, it makes it much easier to use your own data as well as then partnering with other companies. So that's the most fundamental way that we work together today. Dean's team and my team are solutioning daily at this point for brands, media owners, measurement companies all the different parts of the ecosystem, data providers also, and then the other applications around building segments and activation. Today, we do them in much the way we have for a long time, and we're just continuing to evolve with partners like Snowflake on exactly what it means to build audiences and activate them to different destinations in the ecosystem.
Well, identity, I mean, we didn't define that in the beginning, but I think to Joe's vision of connecting the dots between, let's say, streaming and TV, linear TV, you have to have identity. It's super imperative, right? Because we're translating households to devices. And Ampersand doesn't have identity. We enable the TV data in there, and then Joe's team leverages your identity along with the Safe Haven technology. So I just, because I feel, I worry every time we go down a tech conversation, I want to bring it back and water it down. I'm like the salesperson here, so you got to water it down for me. So
always appreciate it. We need translators in this industry for sure.
Yeah. So what about retail media networks? And I won't direct it to anyone. Anyone can take this, but Joe's product is CPG. How are retail media networks how do they fit into all of this? The design. I think Christine,
who wants to go first? I'll kick us off. Us off only to say, I even hesitate from saying just retail media networks because I see our travel hospitality customers jumping in. I see so many different, what we would call brands turning into publishers that it's just, I think it's a super exciting space, but probably even more chaotic than just media. I like the definition, the brands turning into publishers. That's pretty much what it is, right? It's a brand that has valuable first party data that other brands want to leverage. Sorry. You got it. You got it. So I would just say the creativity happening in the space is amazing, but the complexity of what's your staffing model, what's your ad tech stack, all of that is making the crawl, walk, run really tricky for everybody. And I'll turn it to Joe. Maybe you want to go next.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Justin hit upon this earlier. The key to us is control. By being able to partner directly with Ampersand and see impression data that we are owning, that's really key. I mean, it's not to say there's not great work done with some of the retail media networks, but the answer to that question is always, come and spend more money with us. And this is where we really wanted to establish our own control. It's like I was saying earlier of seeing one small portion of the puzzle is always frustrating. And what we're trying to do is how do we piece this together? And I think that's really key. I think everyone knows about new platforms that are appearing. I'm expecting my team to have to play in 6 or 7 different areas on a regular basis. And I think that's just the way it's going to be. But ultimately, having our own framework gives us the control that we're looking for.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think retail media is a huge opportunity, and one that I think us on the Ampersand side are excited about because it's right in line with the spirit of what we're all about, right? It's a data owner trying to take advantage of high quality first party data in a privacy compliant but collaborative way, which is what the Ampersand project has been all about. So again, I think it is a possible solution or one option for how to deal with the fragmentation and non-interoperability as the themes we've talked about. And I think one that, to Christine's point, if you start to figure out some of the, sort of personnel and structural issues, has a lot of operational upside.
And it's impossible not to have recently seen that Target and Walmart both published their revenue numbers. And I think that the $1 billion and $2 billion businesses that exist there are definitely tempting to everybody in this space. So I can imagine we're only going to be busier talking about this topic.
Yeah. Well, I think inventory is important for that, right? There's a lot of data in those, but the inventory, they're going to have to rely on some of the inventory owners like Ampersand and others for to really make it a reality. Cool. So the other thing I thought we could talk a little bit about is one of the hot things in use case. So for clean rooms, data collaboration, building audiences is one of the probably biggest and easiest use cases. You know, when you look at total TV, obviously the challenge, Joe, that I think you guys are all trying to figure out is following your user and reaching them on the media that they're consuming. You know, at Ampersand, we have the ability to use our linear TV data, right, to understand who you're actually reaching and who you're missing, and then be able to create an audience to drive more reach against that. We call it incremental reach against that audience. Can you talk, what I worry about is that the DSPs are also building these audiences, but they don't have the linear TV data. And I worry that some marketers or agencies, because it's easier, will use light TV viewers, but we see through our data, it's not just light TV viewers you're missing, it's medium and heavy. I think it's a big challenge in the industry. And I think, you know, I'd love to hear your feedback for anyone. Joe, maybe start with you on how you're solving for that and thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, for us, some of the learnings that we've got, and I'm sure a lot of people are in the same place, is it's really about hitting the right person within a household at the right time with the right message. You know, typically there's only one person who's making decisions about pet food. Everyone loves the pet, but there's only one person making those decisions, and it's about finding a way to break through and get to that person. And yeah, you know, I mean, our heavy TV households has been something of a blocker for us. You know, we're finding that, you know, the heavy TV households were not just consuming heavily on one platform, but across 3 or 4 different platforms. So starting to unpick that has been some really fruitful learnings for us. But yeah, I think, you know, getting to that medium to light viewer at the right moment has been a lot of fruitful ground for us so far.
Justin, anything to add there, or Christine or Dean on it? Oh, look at that. I love it. She's got a brand new puppy. Only living with
I
it for a week, right?
I couldn't resist. Sorry about that.
We were all on the prep call showing our pets. I love it. So cute.
That's no fair. You stole the show there.
I did volunteer at a pet adoption place yesterday with my daughter and almost came home with a new one, a second one. So,
oh, so funny.
So just anything on bridging linear TV and streaming and incremental reach? Anyone? I think we pretty much exhausted that. So
I think the idea, like it is becoming required in this year's upfront and or, you know, into next year. You really have to be doing it now. There isn't really the option not to, right? The cord cutting patterns, the chaos, really the fragmentation, even in CTV and OTT solutions is driving the need. You know, if you're not thinking about your, call it reach extension strategy, sort of your complementary planning and then measurement strategy for a whole nother 12 to 18 months, you're really going to be kind of behind. You know, last year, we may have been talking about it at this time as if you could be a leader and you could get in there. Now it's pretty much table stakes that you're really thinking about what your strategy is to measure the combination of linear and CTV OTT.
Yeah.
So, well, and also, Davina, you mentioned earlier DSPs, and you know, we have DSPs. They're sharing their bid stream data back to marketers through Snowflake, but you know, that's where like a solution like LiveRamp's identity solution and Ramp ID transcoding on Snowflake really comes into play because of the prevalence of LiveRamp's IDs in the bid stream. Yeah. And they can obviously match in the TV data that you're making available, and resolve all that, you know, back to Ramp IDs.
In a clean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clean. Yep.
Yeah, I love that. Justin, can you talk a little bit about scale for TV data specifically? Because I think that's the other thing, is that when we're building audiences or measuring targeted campaigns, scale is essential. And I think when I go back to the maturity curve that we talked about, I think sometimes brands and agencies will go quickly to whatever the easiest low-hanging fruit TV data source is without thinking about the scale aspect. And then when they start to get to the insights and looking to make them actionable, there's not enough scale there to make it reliable. So can you talk about why that's?
I mean, look, you've got to go back almost to your, statistics class in high school or college, and still, even though it feels like you're working with deterministic census-based data sets, you still need to have a meaningful sample size to generate insights that can be acted upon, that will have signal to them. So it's not just about having, I've got a handful of deterministic TV homes, that should be enough. Well, if you start to layer on audience and geography and outcomes, and maybe 2 outcomes, that starts to break down quickly. If you're not careful, or if you don't have the large starting sample to begin with. In addition, you want to make sure that your data asset, or that what you're looking at, is complete. So one thing we also talk a lot about is there's a lot of viewing happening within the home. It's not just on the main television. It's in the bedroom. It's in the kitchen. It's in the man cave. It's in, the kids' room, the playroom. All that is meaningful viewing that you want to capture. So, all of that comes together from the largest possible TV viewing standpoint, which is why Ampersand's taken the point of view of trying to bring together these data assets into one cohesive, representative, complete, actionable viewing data set.
Thank you. So Joe, how about just to give the audience, I don't know, I feel like we're running out of time here, but I don't have any Q&A yet. So how about talking a little bit, how many publishers, data partners do you have contributing to your data architecture? I feel like, because you're on the forefront, I think that might be kind of useful. And I think also most people are focused on the audiences, but measurement is a big part of what you're doing. So a little bit about.
Yeah, so we just signed with our 10th partner this week. So, we feel like, actually it's turning into a full-time role of what are the third-party data sources that we want to partner with, who actually manages it, who's evaluating, is this the right partner, is this the best solution? We found that this was a significant complement to our 1P data strategy a couple of years ago. We're really looking to build upon that. There's a lot out there. Making the choices can be sometimes the more difficult part about it. Who's the right partner at the right time for us?
Yeah. Okay. We got a question while you were talking, and it's actually really relevant to what you were just talking about, Joe. Said, how are you identifying the actual viewership in the set-top box data, gender, age range, not just households with? RentTrack and ComScore has had this challenge for years and never solved it. Justin, do you want to take that?
Sure. So I would say a couple of things to this. There's an innovation happening here, and there's a number of companies that are active in attempting to do what that question asked for, which is cross the bridge from just household-based viewership to actually ascribing person-level viewing in the household. And I think some sort of solve for that issue will probably be more important when you're counting and you're looking to trade than it is from an insights perspective. I think because from an insights and attribution perspective, the fidelity of that match is so critical, so that you can make causal connections between exposure to outcome. The ascribing person level viewership may not be as critical as it may be for counting total impressions, completing a trade between buyer and seller. But I do think there's innovation happening there, and I feel better about that by the month.
And that came from Hudson MX, just if you're wondering. So
I was just joking. I was just joking that Justin and I have worked together a long time, because that would have been the words that came out of my mouth. Like in the case of Hills or other brands, if they're looking for responsiveness and they're looking to see which partners are driving more sales or not, they actually don't need to know exactly who is sitting behind the TV. So it's an interesting kind of play, as Justin just said.
Awesome. Well, let's see, anything else that you guys think that we didn't talk about? So, I mean, in summary, I think, we defined clean rooms, but clean rooms are really the technology that allows for data collaboration. We think data collaboration is essential. So I way to end this. How about you guys, a quick forecast, like in the next year or two, what do you think? I know Joe's going, oh gosh, Davina, what do you guys think? You don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but like in the next upfront, how about that? Not so far out. In the next upfront, what's going to be different than this upfront in the way that we're in relation to data and data collaboration?
So we're talking a year from now, not right now.
Yeah, not too far. Well, you could talk about right now and a year from now, whatever you want. What do you think? What's going to happen this upfront? You want to talk about that?
Well, I think if we're talking about next year's upfront, I think the trend that I mentioned at the top of the discussion with marketers having their own clean rooms and having multiple, the media channels that they activate out to participating in their clean rooms where they're setting the rules and restrictions and they're able to look, run analytics across channels. I think you'll see a lot more of that and a lot more of them insisting that their publishers participate in their clean rooms.
But Joe probably says yes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the situation where the brands are going to be pushing more and more. At the end of the day, I feel like this is a space that we haven't really participated in quite as strongly as we'd want to. From our perspective, we're the ones spending the ad dollars. So I feel like, we're really pushing to try and get back some control. And I think that's going to become much more common a year from now.
Right.
And maybe I'll say a ton of testing and learning this year. Like, I think this year, it's just going to be tests all over the place, trying to figure out what currency you want to use, what data partner is going to be important to you. Next year at this time, I think we're going to see a lot of publishers taking a play out of Ampersand's playbook. I think brands are really coming to understand the kind of partnership that Ampersand is offering right now is pretty unprecedented. Joe's teased at it, but it's amazing data. Justin and his team are helping you figure out how to use it. And it really, it's all in the interest of helping your total TV buy be better. And that's pretty unique. So I think Ampersand is out ahead. And I think we'll see a lot more partnerships like this potentially by the time we get to next year.
Well, I love that. I'd love to end on that. Unless Dean and Justin, do you have something you want to share?
How can I top that?
Dean, anything from you?
No, I think that's, we can end on that.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It was so great to see you guys. Really appreciate it. Ethan, you have the floor.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the panel. Davina, that was a wonderful segue into what we're going to talk about for the final two panels of the day. I like to think that what we've done so far was a little bit of table setting. We've talked about reaching high value audiences. We've talked about what's on the horizon with audiences. We've talked about audience first approach, and then we just talked about the mechanics, which has to do with clean rooms. Now we're going to pivot into a very timely topic, and that is the upfront marketplace and how all of these changes in the landscape, in the environment, and targeting are going to exist in an upfront environment. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tim Philbin, who is our host. He's joined by Mike Fisher, and he's joined by Christy Barrowman, not David Barrowman. You almost had me there for a second. Almost had me. But Christy, it's lovely to see you. And I look forward to this conversation on the upfront in a new data environment. Tim, all yours.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ethan. Great panel just on now. So we're very fortunate today to have two of our valued partners on our panel. Joining us from Hill's Pet Nutrition is Christy Barrowman, who leads digital transformation and CX. Christy, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And in your seat, you're in a unique position to bring the best of digital media and consumer experience to TV. If we could start with telling us a little bit about your role at Hill's Pet Nutrition.
Sure. I mean, it's not just about TV. We used to be just the digital team, actually, which essentially means, we can put web together, CX, UX, and of course, media and operations across the board. So our team's evolution and the jobs that we have to do today are actually to put all of the media channels together and partner with our marketing teams and our agency partners and vendors to bring the best that we possibly can for pet parents, of course, whom we just saw a few of in the last session, and for the veterinary healthcare team partners as well.
Okay, great. Thank you, Christy. Also joining us today from Group M is Mike Fisher, Vice President of Advanced TV. Hi, Mike. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. And as a pet parent of a dog who is on a special diet, I am incredibly thankful of everything that Hill's Pet Nutrition does.
Good. Thank you.
There we go. So, Mike, as we begin, if we can level set for the audience and maybe define your definition of advanced TV, and then speak to how that is leading the agency side of our business to evolve their business.
Sure. So advanced TV, at scale, to make it as easy and simple as possible, it's everything other than traditional linear one-to-many reach and frequency planned and executed television campaigns. So that's inclusive of the broader data-driven landscape, using alternative demo segments or using even first or third-party data to optimize a linear schedule. It includes one-to-few or one-to-household level set-top box addressable, being able to take an audience, find that audience using data that's owned by or managed by the cable operators or reselling partners of the cable operators. And it includes digital television content that's streamed either onto television screens in most cases, but we are also in a world where people watch television content on their mobile devices or tablets when they're traveling, or increasingly turn to short form video to watch television style content, late nights segments or Saturday Night Live sketches the day after they air. That's television. And what we're doing in our approach to the upfront this year is saying, let's not get bogged down in different screens and distribution technologies and endpoints. Let's find television audiences inside of television content and reach them everywhere that we can.
Great. Well, thank you for that thorough explanation. All right, so let's get into it. We're sitting on a $70 billion traditional TV marketplace. I think we'd all agree as we move forward in our business, the challenge is understanding and being able to reach the audience effectively in this fragmented world. Right? The intersection of content and technology has put the viewer firmly in charge of accessing where, when, and how they view the content. As a result, consumers have a lot of choice, but at the end of the day, it's all TV to them. So they view it seamlessly, regardless of whether it's broadcast, cable, OTT, CTV, to your point, Mike, whatever screen they're viewing on, et cetera. So with that in mind, today we'll talk about the workflows and tools around plan, buy, measure in the current ecosystem and how it is all evolving. So let's start from a 30,000-foot view. Right, it's that time again. Spring is in the air. At least it finally maybe feels like it's here if you're in the Northeast. Upfront and new fronts are upon us. So how has the process evolved over the past few years to be better, more relevant to meet the needs of brands and agencies? Mike, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think, we're still in a world where we as an agency and our clients are still approaching upfronts traditionally as a way to secure a finite amount of advertising time in a linear TV environment. I think the difference is that the tools that are used to plan against that and ultimately execute on that, and the expectations of our clients when it comes to how do we measure success around that, not just in the linear television environment, but across the board from a multi-mix modeling standpoint. So being able to have the interoperability between offline media of television and online media as it relates to the planning workflows, the buying, the measurement, is critical, and having the ability to approach the marketplace through that lens as well, so that we're not going to our media partners and saying, here's a linear buy, and in 6 months we're going to come to you and buy more digital. It's here's what we as Group M and our clients are planning to spend with you this year as a media seller, are planning to spend with you this year across all of that supply that media seller makes available as part of their upfront packages, so that we're able to go out there and make sure that our clients have the right media mix to accomplish what they're looking to accomplish throughout the year, not just what's going to happen in linear TV.
Christy, you sit in a little different seat when it comes to the upfront. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I can really just talk about how we have tried to approach things and how it's evolved over time. And Mike, you even said it earlier, it's actually about households for us. We have reorganized our teams and our planning processes from a brand side, let's call it, around media operations and trying to find the right households who are in, who get the right message at the right time from us. And that truly means we have to work side by side with the experts on the media teams at the agency, but we've also brought in-house our own audience planning experts. We've really improved the operating model around how the marketing team and our team work together to think about what we call brand experience planning, or to your other point, Mike, we use that MMM to truly drive our planning for the year as we go into things. So, we really have put together a different evolved way, I think, of operationally working than we have in the past. Hopefully that means we're not still doing it the same way that we always approached it, but that we're getting to better outcomes aimed at households who actually want and need our content.
Right. And those are the types of clients that, we really enjoy working with, the ones that are willing to kind of say like, hey, we have all this proprietary data, but we're going to share enough with you guys as our agency to make sure that you know what you're doing, that you're buying the media that matters to us, that you're buying the audiences and households that matter most to us and are going to drive the best outcome, both in stuff that we as an agency can measure, but also in those, what we would consider longer tail, 3 month, 6 month, 9 month, 12 month and beyond brand health metrics that agencies historically didn't always get that visibility into, but being able to pull that data into any tools that we're using to make smarter decisions.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Mike, I referenced the traditional $70 billion TV marketplace in my kickoff. Speak to the larger implications for the entire video marketplace.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think personally, I don't necessarily believe that we should be looking at the television marketplace as being a $70 billion marketplace. It's more than that, because we're talking about $70 billion of linear TV from a viewership and spend perspective. That's not necessarily eroding. There has been an erosion of viewership off of true time-based linear, but people are still watching, they're still watching 5.5 hours a day of television content. They're just watching a little bit differently. So there's no real story that the 70 billion is going away. It's just shifting and merging with that, I would say another 70 billion or more of digital spend. So the total addressable marketplace when it comes to video needs to be thought of the traditional linear portion of that in concert with the traditional digital portion of it, because we're quickly approaching a singularity where all households are reachable in new ways that are more relevant and are more addressable and targetable to that household, and better quality measurement that aligns in linear with what happens in digital.
Yeah, I can add, I think from not the industry's $70 billion, but from a company's standpoint, it's allowing us to actually be smarter with our own budgets, right? Because you're right, it's maybe people are consuming the same amount of content, but they're doing it in different ways and different places. And that's actually allowing us, I think, to be a little bit smarter in trying to connect the dots as much as possible, to be able to hit people with the messages wherever they want to watch, whichever screen and whatever time they want to do it. I know we're still trying to find the right reach, frequency, efficiencies in terms of time of day and some of those traditional things, but we're also able to be more in context in certain areas as well with messaging.
Okay, thank you. So Christine, I'll throw this one to you. Knowing that you still have to reach the right audience at the right time and place, as you just said, let's talk about the marketing funnel and how you may have adjusted your approach there.
Yeah, as we talked about in a little bit of our prep, we've always been scrappy, right? So from a standpoint, Hills has never had huge budgets. It's one of the reasons that we've always been digital first and then head out into where we could work more effectively in addressable TV and make those connection points hit. And, you know, knowing that it means that over time, you have to use the funnel where you can. So you take your marketing mix, for example, and you might say, if we're sitting up here in awareness and we have an ROI on TV, on some of these other things that are driving that, that's great. And we can invest more into that, but we can't let the rest of the funnel go free, right? We can't lose or shift too much into an 80-20 in awareness, but then you lose some in that loyalty and purchase mechanism at the bottom of the funnel as well. So we really have tried to take an approach where we think through what is the job to be done at each part of the funnel and try to connect with the audience in the best way possible, in the most efficient way possible, right? Back to that MMM, so that we know we're making the right decisions at the end of the day.
Mike, anything to add on the funnel there?
No, I mean, I think that that's our way of thinking about it as well. We're trying to make sure that, you know, our clients, especially the traditional linear TV clients out there, understand the different levers to pull across the advanced TV space to best deliver on what they're looking to accomplish. But also there is a unique opportunity right now for brands that have not been historical linear TV spenders to start to use more targetable tech to compete against the brands that are linear TV spenders, for that ability to buy that user or buy that time, and do it in a way that allows them as a brand marketer to really reach the right people and be somewhat guaranteed, especially in a one-to-many environment, of reaching the right people.
And how are you using third-party and first-party data to help speak to more touch points?
Yeah, it impacts and influences everything we do across planning, buying, and measurement. We want to be using the same data set for all. You know, there's a big push right now in the industry to be trialing alternative currencies, which is great, and we applaud that. But we still want to make sure that, you know, anything we're doing in the alternative currency space, those users that make up the measurement of success in alternative currency are the same ones that are used in the planning workflow and the buying workflow, so that we're making sure that we're planning against relevant audiences, we're buying those relevant users everywhere we're seeing them, and we're able to measure success and transact on our ability to reach those viewers in as much real time and truly one-to-one non-panel based solution as we can.
Yeah, my answer to that is safely. we're trying to use our first-party data safely, right? Because you're right, Mike. The more you know about people, the better you can use that to build upon that, right? Find other people, add in that third-party data that makes sense in terms of who you know on first party, but it is increasingly critical that we are clear and understand how we're doing that, because we have an obligation, right, based upon where we're collecting it and then what we do with it just to advertise back to people. So I guess, yes, there's a very technical approach to it, like you said, but I also, you know, just want everybody to know that we also have to think about how we're doing that safely. And luckily, which I think we're going to get into in a little bit, but, you know, luckily there are a lot of tools now and tech and different things that can allow us to stitch some of those things together in a safe way, so that we're not hopefully putting people at risk, and we're being very respectful of that. But, you know, it's just important to note, I think, on that side as well.
Noted. The old adage holds true. Safety first.
That's right.
All right. So if here we sit today, right? If we look back the past couple of years and the progress that we've made with media, data, and tech in the ecosystem, what excites you the most today, and what are some of your concerns? Mike, I'm going to throw that one to you.
No, I'm happy to go first. I think the thing that excites me most is a lot of the platforms that have historically been closed off walled gardens are at least signaling willingness and openness to some level of consistency across all. Yeah. We're not out there expecting companies to break open the silo entirely, but we do find that there is more willingness to say, okay, you know what? We as media seller A understand that people don't just watch our content and see ads inside of our footprint. And there is a push right now towards more transparency around exposure data, consumer privacy, as we were saying before. And you're starting to see more willingness for data sharing and interoperability from media sellers who have historically been closed gardens.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, look, what was it in the last 2-3 years at this time, we were all talking constantly about the cookie apocalypse coming. And what are we going to do? What are we going to do? How are we going to change? We knew ultimately that there would be a way to still connect the dots, get to people, albeit much harder because the walled gardens are separate. But to your point, Mike, we are finding different ways to do that, like the clean data rooms, right? Which again, we feel pretty safe about how we're interacting with that. And then you can bring other data into that to do or take advantage, I guess, of the new technology that's coming out to help us find ways to still connect with people, which is what we're trying to do. I think something that is interesting and I don't think we or anybody else has necessarily solved for is if it is still in that separated environment, for example, like your reach and frequency, I can still hit in one walled garden area, but what do I do when that same audience, to your point, is shopping, consuming content, doing something in a totally different one? I don't have a way to obviously continue to measure that across the board anymore. So I think we still have a lot of work to do, but I still think it's exciting in how far we have continued to come. And we're no longer talking about what may or may not happen. Now we're actually able to connect the dots with some great technologies to help us, continue.
Mike, you mentioned interoperability, and you and I have talked in the past about how that's becoming increasingly important. With more partners and offerings coming into the market, are you finding that is getting better? Is it getting easier or more difficult?
I think at a high level, it's getting easier. At a day-to-day execution and tactical level, it does become more difficult as more players enter the market because it's more stuff that we need to vet. It's more vendors and more different options and arrows in a quiver that are getting put in front of our teams and our clients that we have to sift through and determine, is this something we can do ourselves? Is this something that a vendor or partner that we're already working for is able to do? And that's even before we start to evaluate, is the tech tax associated with something new and a third party involved in the ecosystem going to generate X% more success in a campaign to be worth it, not just from a spend perspective, but from a time perspective? Because, as an agency and our clients as well, there's only so many hours in the day that we have to do stuff that's not part of our core offering. And bringing new partners that we have to be vetting or new workflows or solutions to the table does take time and does take resources. And we want to make sure that anything that we're bringing to the table for our clients that we're confident as their agency is going to generate 3x or 4x or 5x better performance based on than the baseline, based on what we have to pay to use these tools and tech.
Yeah, I think from my side, what I would add to that is there's almost, not only is there only a certain amount of time in the day, there's only a certain amount of budget, right? And right now budgets are crazy given inflation and ups and downs and all the things and places that that we are in the unknown right now. And so you also have to think through, if I add this on, what's that going to do to the ROI on that, or the CPM, or however you're looking at the purchase, right? So there really is an impact across the board. And yes, we have to continue to find better ways to do things, but at what cost, right? So you really need valuable people to be able to look at that and help vet before it even comes to a brand partner, for example.
Right. Christy, this one's for you. So Hills is ahead of the curve when it comes to leaning into data to build strategic audiences. Can you speak to how this has allowed you to be more nimble and maybe take some more risks?
Yeah, as I said before, we're a scrappy brand, right? Or we historically had very few people, and most of them were on the agency side to figure out how to do things. We still are that today, but we're working in a much more cohesive and probably what I'd call like agile team table, right? We have our agency partners, we have other vendor partners, and my team in terms of media operations as well as marketing, who sit together, and we have to sit down and think through, what is our learning agenda? What's our test and learn? Yes, of course, again, you have your funnel jobs to be done and what you need to do for the campaign. But at the same time, in order to make the next campaign better, you kind of have to know what you're going to test and learn throughout this one so that you're continually able to push a little bit farther and a little bit farther. Luckily, we have an amazing team on both sides, lots of people who've been around for a while, but then lots of new people who are bringing to the table, here's a different way to do things, right? And again, I think if you heard one of my partners in crime before, Joe Keating, he also talked a lot about, you kind of have to push when you're at the beginning of the process, or we're a little bit ahead of everybody else, but it's because we're willing to take risks and try things, as long as we can then figure out and say, was it worth it? Take that one out, or that was definitely worth it, but let's learn more. So it really comes down to an agile team being able to apply a bit of a test and learn agenda, even on the things that you have to get done, right? In terms of MMM and other aspects.
So dovetailing off that a little bit, we'd love to hear about how you've been able to build off of your existing targets, right? We know you've been very successful targeting current pet owners.
Yeah.
How is that evolving as you look to expand maybe beyond pet owners? Is it pet intenders? Is it a life stage? Is it new homeowners, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, I wish we knew everybody who is even thinking about getting to know a pet, who is thinking about adopting a pet, right? We would love to get to know each and every one of those people. And we definitely are, right? There are so many behavioral indicators, right? If you, for example, mistakenly, I started searching for a car a little bit too early this past winter, right? And as you start searching for something, your behavior indicates, oh, she might be willing to buy a car. The problem, and especially coming back to kind of the pet space, is you might be wanting to adopt a pet, but is that going to happen tomorrow? Is that going to happen in 3 months? Is that going to happen for next Christmas, when you think your kids might be able to take on the responsibility? That's where it gets really tricky, is how broad do you take that audience of people I know who I can really sort of drive them through the funnel. Then you start branching out into people who are indicating, or like you said, Mike, in our case, we also have pet owners that we can identify in terms of, my pet might be getting sick, or they're exhibiting a behavior that we're just not sure about. So we try to latch on to some of those things. Again, try to learn with people, try to drive some reach and frequency efficiencies while we're pushing them through the funnel. But that can only go so far when you have to think about the budget that you've got. Is it going to take this person 1 day or 6 months to actually make that decision and convert? So yeah, of course, we would love to continue to branch out from an audience standpoint. And we've been able to do that too with addressable TV. I think has really helped us get in front of some of those potential audiences. For example, people who already have a pet but might be looking to get that second one. So I think actually, again, Davina in the last session said she volunteered at a shelter and almost brought a second pet home. So those are exactly the potential people that we can try to target that, we figure out just how to do that in different ways.
Okay. From the sales side, we hear it from agencies and clients all the time, right? Everyone comes in and tells us at the agency that they can solve for everything, or the client side for that matter. So as the industry, as we're seeing a major shift from the traditional age gender model, speak to the balance of utilizing data, technology, and platforms to optimize your media. And along with that, the value of the partnerships, both old partnerships, longstanding partnerships, and perhaps increasingly more important, newer non-traditional partnerships. And how are you evaluating these newer partners in this complex ecosystem?
Yeah, I mean, this is a conversation we have internally all the time. And there are people who say, this is a good solution, but it doesn't solve for everything. Let's look elsewhere, or let's start to, figure out alternatives. We're not there yet. There's nobody out there across the entire ecosystem that can do everything well in one platform and solve for everything. I think it's the most success that we as the innovation side of this industry will see in the next year comes from what can we do this year with solutions that are scaled and in market that may not be perfect and may not be exactly what we need and may have some holes, but offer incrementally better solutions and better technology and better success rates than what we've done historically. And that's where we have to go to get started, while we as an industry come together, and not to keep harping on interoperability, but come together to build out workflows and solutions that get us almost all the way there. One of the things that I like to say is that agencies in general, everybody is trying to sell me and my clients similar things. It's our job as an agency to take what's out there in the ecosystem and put it together in a way that lets us compete with other agencies, so that I don't necessarily need something off the shelf that my competitive agencies don't have, and I don't need to lock in an exclusive. What I do need is an exclusive way to work with a tech partner, a tech vendor that makes their tech better based on what I and the people at my agency are able to do with that tech. And that's really where we can take a solution that gets us some of the way there and make it even stronger. And that's where we win.
Yeah, and it's so hard to tell on the face of things whether it's even going to do what they say it's going to do, right? That's one of the most difficult things for everybody. And in some cases, I know we have tried to onboard new tools or new systems only to figure out it's only as good as the data that goes into it, right? At the end of the day as well. So that, I think, is where it's also, even if you have a tool that could do it all, which would be amazing, bring it on, right? But even if you have that, it's only going to be as good as the data, the people who know how to work it and connect with it, and how that's going to work with everything else throughout the workflow, right? That's going to be a challenge no matter if it is an amazing tool or not, frankly.
Well, here we are at the end of April, right? A lot of unknown market factors as we look beyond this quarter, be it the economy, inflation, rising interest rates, continued supply chain issues, the invasion of the Ukraine. What are the top 1 or 2 major challenges facing you both today?
Well, I think it's just Ukraine now. I don't think we say the Ukraine anymore, Tim. No.
Thanks.
Just trying to lighten it up a little bit with your head.
I was depressed after reciting all those.
Yeah, with your head, that was a little bit heavy there, trying to lighten it up a little bit. I think to answer your question, we still need to do our jobs. It's a challenging environment. We need to be more cognizant of where ads run, brand safety, making sure that our clients' ads are not running against questionable, objectionable, polarizing content. It's also our responsibility as a community to make sure that things that we're doing, are sustainable for the future, moving towards more carbon neutral advertising, moving towards tools and workflows that don't have as large of an impact on the environment and make us better corporate citizens. A couple of years back, there was a push to tag, drop multiple tags and pixels and trackers on every single impression that passes through a bid stream or that is bought. And that takes up a lot of bandwidth and electricity and server space to store that and measure all of that. And, one of the things we're starting to think about at Group M is how are we creating a more sustainable advertising model where we're actually putting into practice solutions. And, one of the things that we've started to do is we've asked people not to email us decks and send links instead of actually send attachments, because the carbon footprint of sending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people massive attachments every single day of the same thing, it adds up. And we're thinking about that in terms of everything that we do as part of our sustainability effort and our responsible journalism effort and all these efforts that are meant to clean up the ad tech ecosystem.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tim, you didn't mention sustainability, turnover, price increases, return to the office, right? It's like
absolutely
all at once. So I don't know how you narrow it down to two major challenges. What I would say, we are getting through it all because we have great people and great partners, and you just have to continue to be adaptable. And as Mike said, you kind of just have to get the job done at the end of the day and be hopeful that, maybe the summer will come and everybody will ease up and go outside, right? And enjoy life a little bit more. So here's hoping, right?
Well, return to the office is a great segue to this next question. So, it has to be a huge challenge as different brands and teams leaning into data at different levels. There's an educational element to all this, and it's a big undertaking, right? So you're both building out new teams, onboarding a lot of new employees. Christy, to your point, living in this different environment than we ever lived in before, starting to return to the office.
Yep.
What does the internal education process look like to get all these individual teams working together and pulling in the same direction?
I mean, look, I feel like we have as a society kind of forgotten what life used to be like. We used to get up 5 days a week, shower, get dressed, get on a train, especially for those people who live in cities, and be in the office from 8 till 7 some nights or even longer. I feel like the benefit of what we've been through for the past 2 years is that we have found new ways to collaborate and new ways to share information and new ways to train people. And we're going to start to see return to office and people coming back and people collaborating in person. But what we're also going to see is a better reliance on using technology and tools to keep people informed. Training modules, make sure that people understand how to use the technologies, sharing information better between people who are in person and are remote. And you're going to start to see, a concerted effort, at least on our side, to share information more readily with our team so that everybody understands what they're doing and that you don't have these silos, and that if somebody is someone was historically a planner, that planner understands media transactions enough to be able to double as a buyer in some cases, and really starts to take a much more centralized look at what a role and what a career could be while we're balancing, this new working environment.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, Mike. The gap, right? In terms of education, the gap that we are starting to have is, as you, let's call it in-house, more people who are advanced data scientists, right? Or audience planners, or to your point, Mike, we have a few unicorns who can kind of do a bunch of those different things and explain it to everybody else, right? You need more of those external people coming in, but they're coming in with these very advanced and unique skill sets.
Yep.
So then how do you close the gap from the rest of the organization and say, hey, this is what a clean room means. By the way, there's about 100 different versions of that, or different tools to do that. And then there's all the different sources of data. So, you know, it can get really complicated. I think the thing that we're trying to navigate as well is, do I need everybody to know everything? Or what I think we've done a really good job of is we've tried to develop a little bit of a common language. And for us, that is around the funnel, right? We call it our ACPL funnel. But then it's also around our marketing mix model. And if these two things consistently can get people a common understanding, focus on the goals, focus on the jobs to be done, then people who have specialized skill sets can actually work over here really effectively on a media operations team together and not be slowed down trying to educate the rest of the organization on what they would never really dig into or use. Now, that also flip side becomes really hard to do when you're trying to convince people like, we need more money, or this ROI dropped because of this. Like, then it can lead down a bit of a technical path. So I really think it's a balance, and the education is important. But finding that kind of common language and areas to set common goals for your, you know, how you approach campaigns and media and all of that, being consistent there, that can really help in terms of the education factors as well.
So we're coming up on time. I'm going to have one last question for you, and then we'll turn it back over to Ethan. But flexibility has become increasingly important over the past few years. What are you seeing from different partners? What are they offering you that's really helping your cause and getting accomplished what you need accomplished?
Yeah, I think, you know, when we talk to partners, the best flexibility that we're able to get is, you know, our ability to still buy from who we want to be buying from, but have different pathways in order to be buying it. Not have to necessarily lock in, you know, with somebody who's selling both linear and targetable and digital television, you know, to not have to say, you know, this campaign, you know, 3 quarters out, we know it's going to be linear. We want to be able to say, hey, we're going to spend with you 3 quarters out, but we don't necessarily know until we're briefed by the client, until we have a better idea of market conditions, supply availability, if it's going to make sense to run this campaign predominantly linear or predominantly digital or a hybrid approach. We want to be able to have that flexibility and fluidity or flexidity to be able to really go and know who we're going to spend with, but not necessarily how that money is going to get spent until we know more.
Yeah, I would echo exactly that, because budgets are all over the place right now, right? What you think you're going to start out with versus what you end the quarter with versus where in the world are we going to be in the back half of the year with all the things that you just mentioned before really impacting everything that a company does. It makes it kind of impossible to agree to things so far ahead. So having that flexibility and adaptability to think through and plan and keep some of your options open it's gonna have to be there. We don't have any choices at this point in time.
Okay, 30 seconds or less. I lied. One last question. 30 seconds or left. We give you the media magic wand. What's the one thing you're changing today?
I'm not going to answer that because we are currently deep in upfront negotiations, so I don't want to tip our hat.
I would just say more great people, right? We have organized ourselves into these agile product teams. I think that's working well for us. So as we try to get new people with great skill sets, I'll take all of those great, smart, wonderful people like Mike that I can possibly get. So.
Well, that is a very positive way to end it after I tried to bring us down to a few questions ago. So Christy, Mike, thank you so much, and good luck in the upfront, and we'll be talking to you real soon.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Thanks for joining us. I would be remiss, Tim, before I let you go, your panel, Mike, he coined a new term, flexidity.
Yeah.
I've never heard of flexidity before, but I'm going to be using flexidity. That's something I'm taking away from today. So my friend, thank you so much. Very well done.
Thank you. Thank you, Ethan.
All right, we are now moving on to the last panel of the day. This is the one that's going to bring it all home. It's called the Total TV Makeover, Reevaluating Legacy TV Practices. And we are joined by an esteemed group. First and foremost, David Spencer from General Motors, and then our friends at Dentsu and Kara Lewis, Brad Stockton, Sarah Johnson. Hi, guys. Thanks for joining us. And our host, my friend Stark Townend from Ampersand, Head of Agency Partnerships. He's going to be leading the conversation. So with that, Stark, I will throw it to you.
Ethan, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Welcome to our final session of the day. Normally when we do these things in person, I typically say I'm the last thing between you all and cocktail hour. But I suppose in a virtual world, cocktail hour can be anytime. So maybe it's cocktail hour for you all right now. So I'll just say welcome to the final session. Good to have you all with us. It's been a great day, great series of discussions. I'm thrilled to be steering us home. I'm Stark Townend. I'm Head of Agency Partnerships for Ampersand, where we focus on providing audience first, data-driven, outcome-based media investment solutions. And we do this via access to proprietary subscriber viewership data insights and activatable inventory across all user devices and screens based on the intel. That's a mouthful. Basically what that means is I oversee holding company strategy, and I get to work with these fine folks who are joining me today in pursuit of deduplicated reach, optimal frequency, and return on ad spend. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm very excited to be here today with my esteemed guests. We're going to do a deep dive into this industry makeover that is upon us and how legacy practices are evolving. So I'm going to give each of them the floor to tell us their title, their role, what they do, and how they're leading and innovating in the space. So David, if I may, would you tell us a little bit about what you do for GM and your thoughts there?
Sure. Yeah, I'm the manager of emerging media and partnerships here at General Motors. My areas of focus are in digital and advanced television, and I'm working a lot with our friends at Dentsu to change and evolve how we buy television moving forward for the next several decades. We're working on different ways to measure, to deliver ads, to engage with the audiences, really trying to modernize the way that we go about our marketing on television.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Good. Glad you're here with us, David. Kara.
Hi, I am Chief Investment Officer at Dentsu, overseeing all investment management between overall buying and then economic empowerment and productivity and research and analytics and so much more. Every day, the team and I are basically trying to stay ahead of all of the innovation that's happening to make sure that we are buying for our clients in a more effective way and using audiences in marrying those audiences to make sure that the buys are as effective as they can be in all aspects of investment across the network, and really driving and leading change and innovation in the industry in terms of making sure that we're investing the dollars the best that we can, bringing in attention, bringing in new metrics, and so much more.
So much more. That's just the tip of the iceberg. That's for sure. Thanks, Kara. Brad, welcome.
Stark, great to see you.
You
Brad Stockton, I'm the SVP of Video Innovation, which is a vague enough title to let me have a lot of fun going across all advanced TV, digital video, and connected TV tactics. So really just trying to find ways to utilize data and audiences at the core of everything we do so we could drive that effectiveness and efficiencies across our investments. With my role, I get to sit across all our agency teams and client teams. So getting to work with the great Sarah Johnson, David Spencer on the client side, and just finding the best ways to activate our audiences in the marketplace and really bringing everything to the forefront, as Kara said, whether it's, with diversity and equity inclusion, how we bring our data there, attention, what's at the forefront, what's coming next, and ultimately, how do we connect the dots across an omni-channel world and have a holistic view to the marketplace?
Here. Absolutely. Thanks for joining us, Brad. And Sarah.
Hello.
Sarah, by the way, everybody is joining us on her day off. So that's dedication.
It's
Thank
okay.
you.
I'm looking out over a beach right now. So
okay,
I
at least
have
that's
a good
all right.
view.
Good.
I have a good view.
Okay.
Sarah Johnson. I oversee investment for General Motors at Cara. I get to work with these fine folks daily, bringing a lot of the the innovation, the strategy, the audience buying, figuring out for General Motors the best way to effectively and efficiently reach our target audiences to get those outcomes that we want to see and sell those cars. So again, I get to work with Cara, Brad, the lovely David Spencer on a daily basis to make that happen.
Fantastic. Great. Well, thank you. It's great to be here with you all, and let's have a little bit of fun. So Cara, I'm going to start with you. For consumers, TV is TV no matter what the screen. For us advertising folks, however, it's not quite that simple. Fragmentation, infinite choice, alter old ways of thinking. Dentsu was in on this game early and as such is an undeniable pioneer in this effort with an established head start. So I'm interested in how you and Dentsu as a whole are pushing the envelope still. How are you working with clients like GM to help them see the business growth that they can unlock by trying new ways of tackling TV planning and buying?
I would say first and foremost, and I think Sarah can answer specific to GM since she lives and breathes GM every single day. And while I love them, I do too, but I think she can answer best that answer. But I think overall, we have led in terms of addressability, buying M1. First one with basically audience data, right? And we knew it took a couple years to be able to activate against that data. It wasn't like we bought it and we were activating against it. It took us a while. So we feel like we have that ahead of most of our competitors. But I feel that we are consistently looking at what does it look like 5 years from now? How do we get ahead and not just live in the past and not just live in what is happening over the next few months? Because everything is changing so much more rapidly, we have to be thinking further ahead, and we have to be thinking with an innovative mindset at the center and the audience and consumer at the center. And yes, I think that, for consumers, TV is TV no matter where. They don't know where they're actually viewing it, and they actually don't talk about that all the time. They talk about the content and actually the program name. So we have to make sure that when we are using those M1 audiences, when we are driving to buy and transact against those audiences, that we are basically doing that with content as well at the center. So the consumer and the content at the center, using those audiences in everything we do. And I think that has helped us to essentially lead in the marketplace and stay ahead.
Completely agree. And actually, you read my mind, Cara. I was going to actually pose this question to Sarah next. So Sarah, specifically in your role of overseeing GM as a focus, how does what Cara just described as a mantra for Dentsu being at the forefront apply specifically to the work you do with David and his team at the client?
Yeah, I think what Cara said, the consumer, the content is at that epicenter, if you will. But I think everything that we do and everything that we do with GM is really rooted in data as well. And data is that red thread throughout everything that we do that brings GM's story to life, if you will, from the beginning of, strategy and planning. Again, data is at the forefront, utilizing the M1 audiences, to determine the best places and spaces where General Motors can play, where the audiences are watching, is really important for us. I would say GM has been at the pioneer of a lot of the things within advanced TV, audience buying, addressability, et cetera, transacting on audiences and on those strategic demos is important too. So I think being they're not afraid to roll up their sleeves, and actually test and be about it instead of talking about it. So I think that's a really important trait that General Motors and David here have. They're willing to try new things, even if they're not proven yet, because that's the only way that within this complicated marketplace you can make the changes that we need to in order to find our consumers and our audiences.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. In that vein, Brad, you and I talk a lot about Dentsu's emphasis on a holistic video strategy and how important that is for your clients. So how do you and Dentsu balance the pros and cons of legacy systems alongside the rapidly accelerating world of audience-first addressability and data-driven linear?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to own the fact that there's no perfect system out there. I think Mike Fisher just said it really well on the last panel. Like this, there's going to be some holes, but it's not going to allow us to stop ourselves from trying to patch those holes, bring data and more so technology to the forefront, and identify where we can actually fill those gaps, be smarter with our buying, hold our media more accountable like never before, and really allow us to execute as smart as possible for our clients. So listen, we all know there's going to be walled gardens and that there's no perfect measurement system or one platform that can connect all the dots, but we want to make sure we can still bring to the table, how do we allow data to inform our buying, our planning from the beginning, have a clear measurement plan and learning agenda, and then execute with that mindset, and then make sure that measurement on the back end is truly complementing so we can learn from every campaign to then make smarter buying decisions quarter over quarter, campaign over campaign.
Yeah. Yeah, David, I'm interested, piggybacking off of what Brad just said. You know, audiences and PII compliant ID tools are clearly so important to that sort of avant-garde thinking and the pursuit of reaching the right audience wherever the content is distributed. So in your role at GM, how do you work arm in arm, in tandem and in partnership with Dentsu to build these tools so that they accomplish everything that you as the client want?
Yeah, I think, Kara mentioned it earlier. They were really far out ahead of the marketplace in their purchase and acquisition of Merkle and its M1 platform. And I kind of liken it to Stark, you have great hair. I kind of liken it to
oh man, wow, thanks. Am I blushing too now? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
If you were to buy a $500 hair dryer.
Thanks, man. Well, listen, my wife thanks you too. Would you tell her how great my hair is? That'd be awesome.
I will.
Thank you. Okay, great. I'll send you her info.
I bet you travel with a hair dryer.
A little bit. Yeah. Well, okay. It becomes bulky at times, but yes.
Okay. So if you took that hair dryer to Europe, it's not going to work, right? So you got this really beautiful.
I'm going off. I'm turning my camera off soon, David. You got to.
Anyway, so the hair dryer really represents, what we've built in terms of an audience and the tools that we've used to build that audience. Very sophisticated, lots of data and variables that are pulled together to create these high propensity audiences that are more propense to buy our vehicles. So simultaneously, while we were building that whole architecture, Dentsu also had to build the pipes to each of the different television channels and all the media channels so that we could plug that audience in to wherever that audience is. And find them accordingly and serve advertising to them. So that's kind of how, we've spent the better part of the last 5 years building this model. And it's still a work in progress because of all of the advancements that are happening and the evolution that's happening in the advanced TV ecosystem.
Yeah. Yeah. Staying on that for a minute, David, like when those closed loop insights that can be, and Kara hit upon this earlier, maybe it was Sarah, but it's been hit upon. The need to use that sort of closed loop model to have a continuously efficient series of testing and learning and applying lessons learned and so on. It's definitely a hallmark of the way GM is paving the way and winning in this ecosystem for sure, and Dentsu as well. So I'm interested, David, when you think about your goals, where does that thinking start? Is it with the outcome that you want leading the way, and then do you work backwards from there? Or is it with the insights that you can get from specific partners that Dentsu works with and then acting upon that? How do you tackle it from day one?
It's a good question. I would not say that we start with the outcome in mind precisely. In other words, we know where kind of the ecosystem is going, generally speaking. We know the trends of the audiences that we're going after. We know kind of the trends of the technology that are being developed, but we're more about how do we solve a current problem within the ecosystem to be smarter about how we go to market with our ads. Brad mentioned that. So a good example would be, just something as simple as the delivery of ads in television. And it's all over the map in terms of the different media channels that you can advertise in within television, and how those ads are served and provided to people. The transparency, everything involved with it is very, very complex and fragmented. We try and put as many tests out there as possible to try and get as much data and feedback and react to that, to then lead us down the next path of where we want to go in terms of what we want to learn and find out. So we know that we want to make advertising and ad serving better within the ecosystem. We don't necessarily know the best route to get there. And that's where the experimentation and the versatility of that, or the variety of that experimentation, is important.
Yeah. Kara or Sarah, I'll pose this to either of you. Feel free to jump in, because you've obviously both GMs in your DNA. It has been for a long, long time. So, and Kara, you hit upon it briefly a moment ago, but I thought it was really, really important. I mean, how does that mindset and the vision you had, say, 5 years ago for GM, how does that method of thinking 1, 2, maybe even 3 steps ahead epitomize in this moment we're in right now, how Dentsu distinguishes itself from other holding companies in a complex marketplace as we sit here today in our current market?
We just had our 10-year with GM, having them at Dentsu, which is awesome. And I've been on the business since we actually won it back in 2012, which makes it even that much better. And yes, it is in my DNA. But I think immediately when we won the business, they came to us to change what they were doing, right? To change some of their legacy behaviors, instead of locking in millions of dollars within sports or multi-year deals that were just getting them more and more GRPs and more frequency. They looked at us to say, how can we basically look at, this is now before M1, to get towards an addressability factor, right? And that's where we were first ones in with addressability. Then we actually changed a multi-year deal to not buy against total adults 25 to 54 GRPs, but to split the overall multi-year buy to have a portion of it more effective and buying against those audiences. This is pre-M1. So we took that in early 2013 and then accelerated that to where we are today in buying against those high propensity audiences that David talked about before. And we're talking about how do we take those high propensity audiences and buy against them anywhere that we're buying their media, which isn't as necessarily as easy in some media than others. But overall, we're trying to make the buys better, effective, and drive towards sales, right? Or drive towards reservations, if that's what they're trying to drive towards dealership visits. Whatever it is, we're actually getting their media and really like simplifying it, right? To get it to be more effective.
Right.
And in order to do that, we have to take the partnership that we've built over 10 years and think together about how we actually see into the future and what's happening. And that's all of the things that we haven't even mentioned in terms of like the metaverse, in terms of like where's streaming going, just with the last 2 weeks of announcements of Disney Plus and Netflix. Where do we go from there? So there's just so much to continually think about and continually collaborate on. And I think that that's what we do best with them, is that we're able to call David up and collaborate and talk, or, we need to get on with this vendor. And I think that that's how we work together so well, by bringing the audiences, the data, the research, the measurement, testing. David mentioned it. We test all the time. And I think that that's the only way you can learn.
Agreed. Sarah, any thoughts on that as it relates to just the sort of the M1 and the foresight that came with that then and now is paying dividends, and help us understand a little bit more about the tools, platforms, and partners that are most important to you, and to Kara's point, using them all together, not in the sense of just throwing more into the stew, but working with them in tandem to actually make things simpler.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's working with those tools, and Kara mentioned, but being in lockstep with David and his team and General Motors on, our strategy and our approach within the marketplace and what we want to do with those tools. But at Dentsu, we do have several that we utilize across the board for General Motors, starting with, some proprietary tools that we have, such as Ampower, which is our video planning tool that really helps us figure out where we need to be regardless of the screen, which, is super helpful, especially in today's environment and marketplace, following consumption into streaming, where we need to be, and getting smarter about where we need to be purchasing within linear too. And utilizing another proprietary tool that we have called Delta, which is our data enabled linear TV activation optimizer and tool, and Brad's baby, if you will, second child. And making sure that we're utilizing those tools, the best way that we can for General Motors to find efficiently where our audiences are watching, and being able to get smarter about where we're buying, especially within the video landscape, within that linear landscape. Linear is still super important. It's still the largest reach tool that we have out there, in reach platform. But how can we utilize these tools that we have at Dentsu to sort of sift through some of the clutter and find those places and spaces that our General Motors target is watching more of, again, regardless of screen. So having that and having the ability to plan that way and then activate that way against that is really important for us here at Dentsu. Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, that's a perfect transition to Brad. Where I want to pivot to you for a moment. I mean, you and I are engaged in talks about how we can expand that kind of thinking that Sarah just championed into more of what Dentsu and Ampersand are already doing together when it comes to addressable and data-driven linear, including data-driven linear for local. So what can these tools and the approach that Sarah just talked about play in the future of TV planning and buying in support of traditional upfront TV investment? How are you approaching the need to make legacy systems and proven modern tactics like incremental reach work together in the next upfront investment cycle?
Yeah, that's where the technology has to come into play. And that's why we have to make sure we're leading with technology and our data to make the smarter, better buying decisions across the board. I think David said it really well earlier. We want to make sure we have budgets going to tried and tested places that we know, but then how we hold that media accountable, how are we taking those testing and that learning and putting that at the forefront so we can make smarter buying decisions based on our findings to then enable it. When I think about Delta, whether it's Delta for local, Delta for national, it's really about taking that technology layer and putting that at the forefront of our buying decisions. But it's optimizing within that one field and then getting to cross channel and then putting that whole buy together. I think that's where Sarah Johnson was just talking about. Sorry, I say your full name. It's weird, whatever. But that's where Sarah Johnson was going with this when we think about our Ampower planning tool and that technology platform that's going to allow us to best omni-channel look at our audiences across all of those video tactics. Great. Now we can understand how we're going to spend across those tactics. Then we're going to double click into them and say, okay, well, how do I best optimize within linear TV, within social, within CTV? And then how do we connect those dots from a measurement perspective and put them all together? So it's really about taking a macro view and getting into that micro view. but also then taking that step back and going back to that macro view to connect those dots, have that findings, have that measurement, have those learnings. What was the most effective? And then test and learn. The only time we fail is when we don't learn something coming out of the campaign.
Right.
And that is the biggest thing we can't have. So it's always having that learner's mentality to make better, smarter buying decisions on and making effective decisions on everything we place.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, there's the effort is certainly, it's been said multiple times. The insights are great, but they're only as good as the actionability you can put against them, and that's the whole point. David, let's sort of talk about that in the sense of speaking of evolving and what's going to be important for the next several years. Let's talk a little bit about that sort of aggressive visionary mindset that GM has when it comes to sustainability and electric vehicles, and committing to offer, 30 new EVs by the end of 2025. So, really ambitious and important plan. So, that's sort of in a nutshell, an example of embracing legacy systems, but making them coexist with new ones. So if you can, without giving away any trade secrets, can you help us understand a little bit more about how GM plans to go to market when it comes to EVs?
Sure. This could not be accomplished without complete alignment from top to bottom in terms of the company vision and the leadership priorities in terms of where they're putting their investment, but also just the general openness to evolve to something that is completely kind of flips the company on its head to go from a combustion engine to electric vehicles. There are implications beyond what most of the public sees just within GM that have to be accounted for in terms of the factories and the skill sets and the different pressures that we have, and market pressures from a electrical perspective and from a battery perspective. And we're aggressively trying to figure all of that stuff out, but because of the support of leadership and the openness to experiment and say, listen, we know that early on it's going to be hard, and we know that early on we're going to see only incremental progress, but that incremental progress is going to become bigger and bigger and bigger, and at some point we're going to turn a corner that out of nowhere, but we've been working on for years, because of where we started and because of that willingness to experiment and do so throughout not only what we're doing from a production perspective, but that bleeds into what we're doing from a marketing perspective and how we want to represent the company to consumers and make sure that they also have the perception that we're forward thinking and we're thinking about their experience with our vehicles.
Yeah, for sure. Well, speaking of forward thinking and just when you think about the auto category, how it casts such a wide net just in terms of the types of tiers of creative and groups that you have to push to, be it national or local. Kara, you were recently on the Human Element podcast. By the way, shout out to anyone who's a podcast fan. I highly, highly, highly recommend the Human Element. If you haven't subscribed to it, that's a shameless plug, but I love it. But Kara, you were recently on it with Dave Cederbaum and Jennifer Hungerbuehler. And you talked about including both national and local in your upcoming upfront strategy. That's obviously, again, another example of Dentsu being at the forefront and really pushing the envelope and thinking, playing chess, not checkers. So can you elaborate a little bit more on that, if you would?
I think the biggest thing is that we need to be, as a group, collaborative. And I think I've learned that from really being on the GM account and being in my old role for several roles ago of being the US investment lead and overseeing all of their investment and wanting to have that one person that they could go to, right, who had somewhat the answers, or I would get the answers of what's happening across all of the investments and all of the things that we're doing on their behalf. And in my role now, I want to make sure that we're collaborating because everything's coming together, right? Digital is in every single media type that we're buying today: print, both magazines and newspapers, local television, national television, out of home, everywhere, right? And so we all need to be somewhat collaborating together to come together, because what is happening in national TV space in terms of the supply is happening in the local space in just a different way, based on how they buy. But a lot of times we're being asked for a holistic local strategy. We need to have those strategies, and we need to have the teams collaborating and listening and hearing together. And I think the biggest thing that we did was put together the road to the upfront, put together our sessions for our clients based on the topics we felt they needed to hear, and hear both the national and the local side together, because essentially what's happening on one is happening on the other. We have clients that don't know if they're ready to go national or they should stay local, right? They ask us, we've been asked a couple times by a couple clients. So this could help our clients to know whether or not it's the turn of maybe I should go national, maybe my brand is ready. Or, oh, that's happening in national, wonder if that's coming in local, which, is right around the corner. So I just think it's all coming together. Measurement, another one, right?
Yeah.
Measurement lost their accreditation first in local, then in national. And now we have no accreditation, so everything is basically coming around. And I think my team and our teams collaborating better together is only going to make it stronger for our clients.
For sure. Brad or Sarah, jump ball for you here, but what advice would you give to clients who are struggling to harness that data and put it to optimal use the same way that GM has? What guidance would you offer in general?
Brad, I'll take it away. I'll start. I think the way that, again, GM kind of led within the space was by starting out small, testing small, and you just have to get your foot in the door and start doing tests and work with, you can work. GM at Dentsu worked with Dentsu just to see what sort of testing opportunities were available to them at the given time. So I think that's what clients and advertisers need to do is work you just have to start somewhere, and testing is a great way to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll double down a little bit what I said earlier, that learning agenda and measurement plan. So when you start your testing, you're going in with a clear understanding of what are you trying to learn from this? What are the core hypotheses that we're going to take away? And then did we deliver on that and making sure that that measurement matches that testing? I think that's going to be really core to it. I think additionally, when you think about it, every client's on a different journey and a different path and where they are in that maturity, for lack of better terms. And whether you want to, we can use what we've learned through multiple different clients and testings to bring that, so we're making the best informed decisions on what should that test look like. National addressable is something that's coming around the corner with dynamic linear ad insertion into the glass, right? How do we start testing that in small scale, and then how do we roll that out to larger scale across everybody who can enable that, whether it's, legacy project or now called Enact, how we're using the set-top boxes, Roku with their dynamic linear ad insertion, but how do we tap into all those different styles of buying? What is the learning agenda and measurement plan to then say, what is success look like in there? And then how do we connect the dots to roll that out? At first it's 1%, then it's 3%. Now it's at full scale. Now we're doing it at length. I mean, that was the idea of addressable TV back in 2011 and 12. You did it in a little bit, you understood how it works. And now here we are today, Stark. Obviously, we have full scale national enablement of addressable TV, thanks to partnerships like yourself at Ampersand.
Awesome. So to close, we have 5 minutes left. And this probably is a question which is broader than one that should end the day. But I posed this to the group, but authentic. We're all talking about our purpose here, and I think authentic, purpose-driven leadership is so important, perhaps now more so than ever. So, in a phrase or even a word, if you can, how do each of you embrace that type of thinking in your everyday? Obviously, it goes toward your business mindset and the purpose there, but clearly there's a higher purpose that we all sort of come to work for and want to make sure that we embody. So how are you embracing that and accomplishing that with each other, with partners like Ampersand, with colleagues, and so on?
I'll go. I mean, I think it truly goes back to what I was saying. I think the collaboration, and I think it's both collaboration internally, collaboration with our clients, and collaboration with partners like you, Stark. I think if we aren't collaborative, that we don't basically set our goals at the onset of a conversation on where we see the business going, or we see our clients jumping in, or what we need to see for our clients, and collaborate on that, then we can't be successful, because then we're just kind of like, here's a blanket, spend, here's what we can sell, or here's what we can give you, and let's just get it done. That's not how it works, right? It works by working together on a client by client basis to make sure that we're getting across the message that they need to, and the objectives that they need to get done.
Well said. Anybody else? That's hard.
Yeah,
to tell.
I'll take a
Please,
crack.
David.
Yeah. I'll pull from a line that Mary Barra has kind of preached, and that's put the customer at the center of everything that we do. And, Dentsu kind of follows that approach. And I know, Ampersand follows that approach. And I think if we can all come together on that common approach as the focus, and not lose sight that at the end of this ad being served as a person, and that person is having an experience, and if we can make that experience as optimal as possible while still, kind of maintaining what we need to do from a marketing perspective, I think that is going to be the secret to our success.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to sort of wind down. I think of all the solutions and the noise out there, I think the signal continues to be, in my mind, if you focus on the audience and the consumer, like you said, David, at the center of the equation, you're going to win 9 times out of 10, if not 10. And that as sort of the guiding principle is in my mind, and it sounds like yours, the best formula for success. So listen, I am both personally and professionally passionate about spearheading industry change that is undeniably in front of us right now. Clearly, that's at the forefront of the minds of all of you. And I'm very proud to share the stage with you and share that passion with folks like yourselves who are setting the pace and creating cohesion amidst the chaos. So thank you all very much for joining us. This was a lot of fun.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Stark.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you, Stark, for leading that tremendous discussion. Really, really appreciate it. It's lovely to see you guys, and hope to see you again soon. So that brings us to the end of our program. Our day spent learning how we can win in the ever-changing multi-screen landscape. I think Stark said it before very, very well. It was unofficially cocktail hour. Now it is officially cocktail hour. I will make my closing remarks very, very brief. A couple of things that I took away from the day, and I hope you did as well, that there is so much value in this industry and in this ecosystem. There's value in scale. I'd be remiss if I didn't remind the audience what kind of scale Ampersand has: 80 million homes, 52 million addressable homes, and 42 million homes feeding us aggregated data insights. There's value in partnership. It was amazing to see the agencies and their brand clients come together and talk. Just having that opportunity to provide that forum, I think lent a lot of value. There's value in good data, in clean data, in private data. The evolution of clean rooms, the evolution of platforms like M1, like that was just spoken about. And frankly, there's value in a couple of other things. There's value in flexidity, as our friend Mike Fisher coined the term today. And finally, there's value in having good hair, as Stark learned in that last panel. But really, to close, I'd just like to say thanks to Brand Innovators. Thank you so much for allowing Ampersand this opportunity today. Thank you to the team at Brand Innovators who worked so hard to pull this together. Thank you to the team at Ampersand, the marketing team at Ampersand, who worked behind the scenes, did the yeoman's work to pull this together and make it come off as well as it did. And thank you to all of our guests. Thank you to everybody who came today to listen and learn. With that, I will bid you farewell and wish you a good night. Thank you all again so very much.